Good afternoon. Welcome to the live proceedings of the Senate, this being an afternoon sitting of the House on this Thursday, the 19th of September, the year being 2024. Remember, this live broadcast is brought to you by the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation in partnership with the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit. A lot has been lined up for consideration this afternoon, and given priority is the resumption of debates that will conclude into a division on a motion regarding the report of the Select Committee on the County Public Accounts, on its consideration of the report of the Auditor General on the financial statements of West Pokot County Assembly for the financial year 2018-2019. This motion is by the Chairperson, County Public Accounts Committee. There are a number of bills lined up for second reading, where we expect senators to debate the bill. Among them is the Division of Revenue Amendment Bill, this being National Assembly Bills number 38 of the year 2024, the County Assembly's Amendment Bill, the County Assembly's Pension Scheme Bill, this being Senate Bills number 14 of the year 2024, as well as the Constitution of Kenya Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 17 of the year 2024 by nominated Senator Crystal Asige. The Senator for Taita Taveta County, Senator Jones Maruma, has a motion this afternoon in regards to the establishment of national teaching and referral hospitals in Kenya. In this particular motion, the Senator for Taita Taveta County seeks to have the Senate resolve that the Ministry of Health do establish a national teaching and referral hospitals in the Coast, East, Northern Eastern, Nyanza, and West regions, and have them fully equipped with modern equipment and medical supplies, as well as personnel. And finally, that the county governments do allocate more funds to their respective health dockets to adequately facilitate their county level 5 and level 6 hospitals in order to ensure that there's provision of critical health services. And according to the move of this particular motion, this will reduce the demand for such services from the national teaching and referral hospitals. A number of senators this afternoon are set to request for statement pursuant to Standing Orders number 53, subsection 1. The senator for, actually these are nominated senators. Nominated Senator Esther Okinyuri will be seeking a statement in regards to the reported killings of residents of Bombada Ward in Kenyanya Sub-County in Kisii County. The senator is seeking a statement from the Standing Committee on Matters National Security, Defense, and Foreign Relations regarding the alarming cases of reported murders of residents in Bombada Ward, Kenyanya Sub-County in Kisii County. In regards to this request for statement, Senator Okinyuri will be requiring the Standing Committee on Matters Security to shed light on the circumstances surrounding the murder of residents of Bombada Ward. Equally, state reasons why the National Police Service has not disclosed any findings from their investigations into these murders, as well as provide an update on the status of investigations, detailing the steps that are being taken to ensure that justice is served to the families and victims. Away from the statement that will be sought by Senator Esther Okinyuri, the other statement that we expect will be sought this afternoon is by yet another nominated senator, Senator Perez Tobiko, on the abduction and disappearance of Bob Micheni Njagi, Jamil in Lavington, and Aslam Langton, rather. This is Jamil Langton and Asma Langton. And according to these statements that will be sought from the Standing Committee on Matters Justice and Legal Affairs as well as Human Rights, Senator Tobiko wants the committee to find out the circumstances that led to the abduction of Bob Micheni Njagi, Jamil Langton and Aslam Langton that were allegedly abducted in broad daylight by unknown individuals suspected to be police officers. This is in violation of the rule of law and the Constitution. Senator Tobiko also wants the committee to explain why the National Police Service, through the Acting Inspector General of Police, Gilbert Masengeli, has been reluctant to follow up on the case of enforced disappearance of the three men. And finally, tell the House the measures the Ministry of Interior and National Administration has taken to address the increasing normalization of abductions and disappearances in Kenya, which, according to the Senator, has posed a serious threat to the Kenyan democracy. The deployment of safety officers in schools for enhanced security and preparedness is a motion lined up for debate this afternoon. It is a motion by Senator Karen Nyamu, who wants that the House urges the national government through the Minister of Education to recruit and deploy dedicated safety officers in both primary and secondary schools nationwide. That the Senate urges the national government through the Ministry of Education to oversee the implementation of a comprehensive training on matters safety protocol, first aid, as well as emergency response and violation of management and provision of necessary resources to support schools, particularly in rural and marginalized areas, to effectively deploy and use and as well as utilize the safety officers that would be allocated to schools across the country. The Deputy Speaker of the Senate, Honorable Kathure Murongi, is currently in the chamber this afternoon, ready to preside over the business. Allow me to hand over for this live broadcast and have yourself a great afternoon.
Let's pray. Almighty God, we beseech you to be with abundant favor and blessings as your servants who have been pleased to call to leadership positions in this republic. We sing guidance to treat and consider all matters that shall come under deliberation in so just and faithful manner as to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge. Amen. Clerk, do you have quorum? Sajita Thumbs laying the quorum bell for 10 minutes.
Kitty. Well, the quorum bell is currently now ringing at the Senate this afternoon after the Deputy Speaker directed the Sergeant at Arms person to the standing orders to ring it for 10 minutes to give some leeway to senators to make their way into the chamber this afternoon to ensure that the House is collated to commence business this afternoon. And as we await for that signal of whether that quorum will be attained upon the expiry of the 10 minutes and what further directives would be coming from the House in the event that the quorum has not been attained, allow me to take you through the businesses lined up for debate this afternoon, where the House is set to consider a motion by the Senator for Kisii County, Senator Richard Onyonka, on the motion on the county governments to set aside land for the plantation of indigenous trees. Away from that, the House is set to debate a motion by the Senator for Kiambu County on the consolidation of bursary funds for equitable access to education in Kenya. And in this particular motion, Senator Karongo Thangwa seeks to have the Senate urge the Ministry of Education to audit the funds allocated for bursaries, both by the national and county governments, consolidate funds distributed by various government entities and agencies. This consolidation is with the aim of directing that these funds be sent to schools as supplementary capitation to facilitate the achievement of free secondary education. And finally, to calculate the cost of education per learner and make this information public for primary, secondary, and tertiary institutions. And this will include a detailed breakdown of the annual financial statements as well as requirements for each student across the country. We expect the Senate leader of the majority party to equally be making a communication to the House in regards to the businesses set up for the consideration by the House next week. The quorum has been attained. Allow me to hand you over back to the chamber.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Next order.
Order number 3, messages.
Next order.
Order number 4, petitions.
Next order. Any petition? Honorable Senators, pursuant to Standing Order 232(1)A, I hereby present to the Senate that a petition has been submitted. Order, Senators. Order, Senators. I repeat, pursuant to Standing Order 232(1)A, I hereby present to the Senate that a petition has been submitted to the clerk by Mr. Charles Ochora Osango on behalf of other citizens of the Republic of Kenya and residents of Nairobi, seeking the introduction of the Hospitality Professionals Bill 2023. As you are aware, under Article 119(1) of the Constitution, and I quote, "Every person has a right to petition Parliament to consider any matter within its authority, including to enact, amend, or repeal any legislation." The salient issues raised in the same petition are as follows. You can find your way in, Senator Sigiri. A, that the petitioner seek the introduction of the Hospitality Professionals Bill. B, that other professions are regulated through statutes to ensure effective discharge of their mandate. However, the hospitality profession is primarily regulated by the Kenya Tourism Board, KTB. which oversees the tourism and hospitality sectors. Additionally, the Tourism Regulatory Authority, TRA, is responsible for licensing and regulating tourism and hospitality businesses to ensure compliance with industry standards and regulations. And C, that the tourism sector and the hospitality profession are closely related, each has distinct functions and activities and cannot be regulated by the tourism industry. D, that the proposed bill seeks to address several key issues regarding licensing, training and education, establishment of a professional regulatory body, enforcing of industry standards, and enhancing consumer protection. And E, that the proposed bill seeks to address the following issues. Find your way in very quickly, honorable senators. It is your choice, Senator Tobiko, whether you choose. So honorable senators, when I give you an opportunity to sit down, Senator Kisang, you're out of order. That the proposed bill seeks to address the following issues. One, specialized expertise in the hospitality profession, which may not be found solely in the Tourism Regulatory Authority. Conflict of interest that arises due to combining the regulation of tourism and hospitality under the same authority. Industry representation. This provides for establishment of a separate regulatory body that will allow for better representation and engagement of the various stakeholders in the industry, ensuring that the specific needs and concerns are addressed effectively. Another point is enhanced consumer protection. The Act will help to safeguard the rights and interests of consumers. Promotion of industry growth and competitiveness. Establishing clear standards and regulations will foster an environment that is conducive for industry growth, innovation, and competitiveness. Compliance and enforcement mechanisms. The institute established within the Act will be equipped with the necessary powers and resources to enforce compliance with the regulatory requirements. Creation of a professional regulatory body. The regulatory body will oversee the activities of the sector, monitor compliance, and enforce industry standards. Establishment of a regulatory framework. Set standards for quality, hygiene, safety, and service in the industry that should be enforced through a robust inspection and certification system. Adequate provision for training and development. Training and development in hospitality will be necessary for continuous learning and growth. Small and medium enterprises, SMEs. This will provide for measures to support and promote the growth of SMEs through provision of access to finance, facilitating business development, and streamlining licensing procedures, and tourism promotion, which will incorporate provisions to enhance tourism promotion efforts, both domestically and internationally. And further, the petitioners pray that the Senate enacts the Hospitality Professionals Bill to address the above concerns. Honorable Senators, pursuant to Standing Order 2381, I commit the petition to the Standing Committee on Trade, Industrialization, and Tourism for its consideration. In terms of Standing Order 2382, Honorable Senators, the committee is required not more than 60 calendar days from the time of the reading of the prayer to table its report in the Senate for consideration. The Senate shall thereafter consider and adopt the report of the committee. I thank you. Senator Wakoli David, are you interested to make a brief comment on this petition? Next order.
Order number 5, papers.
Need majority leader.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the Senate today, Thursday, the 19th of September, 2024. Report of the Auditor General on the financial statements for the year ended 30th of June, 2022, of the following: Nyandiwa Level 4 Hospital, County Government of Homa Bay; Magunda Level 4 Hospital, County Government of Homa Bay; Tom Mboya Memorial Level 4 Hospital, County Government of Homa Bay; Nyangela Level 4 Hospital in Homa Bay; Ndiwa Level 4 Hospital in Homa Bay; Suba Sub-County Hospital in Homa Bay; Mbita Level 4 Hospital in Homa Bay; Marindi Sub-County Level 4 Hospital in Homa Bay; Buitini Level 4 Hospital in Machakos; Masinga Level 4 Hospital in Machakos; Mwala Level 4 Hospital in Machakos; Matu Level 4 Hospital in Machakos; Sondu Sub-County Hospital in Kisumu; Masogo Sub-County Level 4 Hospital in Kisumu; Miranga Level 4 Hospital in Kisumu; Rabor Level 4 Hospital in Kisumu; Ojola Sub-County Level 4 Hospital in Kisumu; Nyamarimba Sub-County Level 4 Hospital in Siaya; Ambira Sub-County Level 4 Hospital in Siaya; Singomere Sub-County Level 4 Hospital in Siaya; Nakuru County Teaching and Referral Hospital in Nakuru; Langalanga Sub-County Level 4 Hospital in Nakuru; Molo Level 4 Sub-County Hospital in Nakuru; Gilgil Sub-County Hospital in Nakuru; Subukia Sub-County Hospital in Nakuru; Mirugi Karaoke Sub-County Level 4 Hospital in Nakuru; Bahati Sub-County Level 4 Hospital in Nakuru; Olenguruani Level 4 Hospital in Nakuru; Kabazi Sub-County Level 4 Hospital in Nakuru; and Samburu County Teaching and Referral Hospital in Samburu. Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay.
Thank you. Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Honorable Senators, we have several statements and standing order 53-1. And we start with Senator Perez Tobiko.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is on the abduction and disappearance of the Kitengela 3. Mr. Speaker, I arise pursuant to Standing Order number 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs and Human Rights regarding the abduction and suspected enforced disappearance of Jamil Longton, his brother Aslam Longton, and activist Bob Misheni Njagi, who were abducted on the 19th August 2024 in Kitengela, Kajiado County. In the statement, the committee should find out the circumstances leading to the abduction of the Kitengela 3 in broad daylight by unknown individuals suspected to be police officers in violation of the rule of law and the Constitution. 2, the Speaker, the committee should explain why the National Police Service, through the Acting Inspector General Gilbert Masengeli, has been reluctant to follow up on this case of enforced disappearance of the 3 men. And number 3, the committee should state measures the Ministry of Interior and National Administration has taken to address the increased normalization of abductions and disappearances in Kenya, which poses a serious threat to our democracy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I would want the minority leader, Senator Mazayo, to contribute to this statement, if possible, Your Excellency.
Not at the moment.
Okay.
Later on. Senator Esther Kenyuri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A request for a statement on cases of reported killings of residents of Bombaba Ward, Kenyanya Sub-County, Kisii County. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on National Security, Defense and Foreign Relations regarding the alarming cases of reported murders of residents in Bombaba Ward, Kenyanya Sub-County, Kisii County. In the statement, the committee should, 1, shed light on the circumstances surrounding the murder of residents of Bombaba Ward, Kenyanya Sub-County, Kisii County, which have occurred over the last 2 years, including the notable cases of the murder of a member of County Assembly aspirant, one Thomas Ontweka 2 years ago, and most recent Geoffrey Mageri, a businessman at Magena Market on 9th of September 2024. 2, state reasons why the National Police Service has not disclosed any findings from the investigations into these murders and provide an update on the status of the investigations, detailing the steps being taken to ensure that justice is served for the families of the victims. 3, outline actions taken by the National Police Service to enhance the safety and protection of residents in this area in light of the insecurity exposed by these killings. And finally, state the measures that have been taken to apprehend and hold accountable the perpetrators of these gruesome murders, stating arrests made and the identities of the suspects involved. Mr. Speaker, this is my constituency of origin, and I actually attended funerals of some of these people who have been murdered, and it concerns me that this has continued to happen with not much attention. Mr. Speaker, allow me to just comment that those police posts do not even have police patrol vehicles. Allow me to just mention that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Kenyuri, you know you are doing a mistake deliberately. Senator Agnes Kavidu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have 2 statements. A request for statement on early childhood education, ECD, in Machakos County. Mr. Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee of Education regarding the status of early childhood development education, ECD, in Machakos County. In the statement, the committee should, 1, provide the number of early childhood development education, ECD classes in Machakos County per school, including the number of pupils and ECDE teachers in each class. 2, clarify whether the teacher-to-pupil ratio in the county meets the established standards. 3, explain remuneration structures ECD teachers in the county, stating whether the compensation adheres to the guidelines set by salaries and remuneration Commission, SRC, and 4, elaborate on measures the county government of Machakos has taken to reduce the rate of school dropouts. Senator Agnes Kavindu Mudhama, MP, Machakos County. The second statement, Mr. Speaker. Transition rates to secondary school, university, and tertiary institutions in the country. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise standing to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee of Education concerning the transition rates of secondary schools, universities, and tertiary institutions in the country. In the statement, the committee should, 1, provide the Senate with the data on the number of learners who transition to secondary schools, universities, and tertiary technical institutions for the years 2022, 2023, and 2024. And 2, outline the accountability mechanism in place, including any strategies deployed by the government to achieve 100% transition, and detail measures instituted to assist learners who do not qualify for placement in any of the institutions of higher learning. Senator Agnes Kavindu, MP, Senator Machakos County. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Next is Senator Jackson Mandago.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I have 2 statements, and I request that you allow me to read the 2 statements. Honorable Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee of Trade, Industrialization and Tourism regarding the management and operations of the new Kenya Cooperative Creameries. In the statement, the committee should provide a report on the status of reverting the new Kenya Cooperative Creameries new KCC to farmers as envisioned in the 2003 recovery plan, and state whether new KCC is part of the entities scheduled for privatization. 2, state the reasons for the closure of the milk processing plant in Eldoret and the fate of the employees at the factory, including the cash workers who have been given a 1-month notice of termination. 3, shed light on why depot sales staff from Eldoret, Nanyuki, Mombasa, Kisumu, Narok, and Sotik have been withdrawn to Nairobi, explaining why all the staff at the headquarters have been deployed to the Dandora factory and the plan in place for the vacated headquarters, that is Creamery House premises. 4, explain the reasons for non-remittance of statutory staff deductions. 5, provide a detailed financial report outlining any debts new KCC owes to farmers and suppliers, explaining why these debts have continued to accrue despite several government bailouts. And finally, provide a report of a comprehensive forensic audit of the property owned by new KCC, detailing the registration status and valuation of the said property. Senator Jackson Mandago, EGH, Senator Uasin Gishu County. Honorable Speaker, my second statement, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee of Finance and Budget regarding the procurement of medical insurance cover of the employees of the county government of Uasin Gishu for the financial year 2024-2025. In the statement, the committee should provide details of the procurement process that led to the awarding of the tender for the provision of medical insurance for the employees of the county government of Uasin Gishu to Trident Insurance Company. 2, indicate whether any consultation or participation involving the employees of Uasin Gishu County government was conducted prior to the awarding of the tender to Trident Insurance Company. 3, state the rationale behind limiting staff access to only 2 specific hospitals, while other leading hospitals, including Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital, have been excluded. Establish whether the tender was competitively sourced and provide a list of all bidders who expressed interest. Supply copies of the tender minutes, tender evaluation report, the professional opinion, the letter of award, and the relevant tender documents, and state reasons for the disqualification of other bids. 5, furnish the Senate with the medical insurance policy documents and the contract agreement between Trident Insurance Company and the county government of Uasin Gishu, stating details such as the contract sum, the number of staff, and the beneficiaries covered, and the scope of the benefits. And 6, outline the measures the county government of Uasin Gishu has put in place to ensure that the employees receive adequate medical cover. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Next is Senator Mohamed Sheikh Abbas.
Honorable Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Labor and Social Welfare regarding the unpaid allowances for Wajir County Government Lands Tribunal Committee and the Municipality Board members. Honorable Speaker, the Lands Tribunal Committee was appointed on 18th September 2020 by the County Secretary in a term of 3 years, while the County Municipality Board members were appointed on 15th February 2019 through a gazette notice of number 1157 by the County Governor for 5 years. Honorable Speaker, the failure of the County Government to pay the Land Tribunal and the Municipality Board members sets a dangerous precedent that undermines the value of public service. In the statement, the committee stated the stipulated sitting allowances for the Land Tribunal Committee and Municipality Board members by sitting. 2, disclose the number of months the county government of Wajir has failed to pay the members of the Land Tribunal Committee and Municipality Board their allowances since inception and give reasons for the delay. 3, table approved budget of the 2019-2020 to date and indicate the total amount allocated to allowances for such boards and committees in the county budget, and detail the itemized expenditures that depleted the set allocation of allowances, thus resulting in the non-payment of allowances. And 4, state measures the county government has instituted to ensure that the unpaid allowances are paid accordingly. Honorable Speaker, I have another statement. I rise pursuant to Standing Order 531 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee of Finance and Budget regarding the status of pending bills in Wajir County. In the statement, the committee should provide a comprehensive report on the pending bills of Wajir County from financial year 2013-2014 to 2023-24, detailing the categories of these bills by each expenditure unit. 2, present a complete list of contractors and service providers paid from the financial year 2022-2023 to date, detailing the amounts paid. 3, explain the criteria used for the settling of the pending bills. And 4, outline plans implemented by Wajir County to ensure that all outstanding pending bills are paid. Honorable Speaker, as you are aware, I think many Kenyans are today having problems.
Through with the statement?
Let me just expand on it.
No, next. You will appear before the committee to explain all those other details. Next is Senator Andrew Mtata, Okoiti.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Education regarding the extortion of parents through illegal demands for fees for remedial classes in schools. In the statement, the committee should, 1, state the policy the Ministry of Education is using to permit school heads and boards of management to demand remedial fees from parents. 2, clarify why remedial fees are being forced on all parents, including those whose children are performing well, given that remedial education is typically intended for students who need additional help to meet required academic standards. 3, establish why remedial fees are often paid via M-Pesa, cash, or personal accounts of teachers instead of being deposited into official school bank accounts. 4, define the criteria for the determination of remedial fee amount to be charged and how the money is used, noting that, for example, at St. Thomas Aquinas High School in Nairobi, parents are charged 5,000 per term, with the school collecting approximately 5 million per term. And 5, explain the rationale for remedial education today, considering that in previous years, teachers managed to complete the syllabus without charging additional fees for such services. Senator Andrew Omtata Okoiti, MP. Senator from Busia, not for Busia. Senator from Busia, I make a correction, Mr. Speaker, sir. There's no senator for any county here. All senators come from counties. They are senators of the Republic of Kenya, but elected by different counties.
Okay, thank
There's
you.
no senator for Busia. So I urge a proper correction of that English. We all come from somewhere, but we are senators of the Republic of Kenya.
Senator from Busia, thank you very much.
It is governors who belong to counties and MCAs. Those are the village people.
Thank you.
The villagers are the governors and the MCAs. We are national leaders.
Now,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Now, the next is Senator from Marsabit County.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I'm requesting for a statement on non-payment of gratuity by the Marsabit County government to Ms. Fatuma Noor Ibrahim. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Labor and Social Welfare regarding non-payment of gratuity by the Marsabit County government to Ms. Fatuma Noor Ibrahim. Mr. Speaker, sir, Ms. Fatuma Noor Ibrahim was appointed on contract as the County Chief Officer in the Department of Education, Skills Development, Youth and Sports by Marsabit County Government on 6 December 2017 for a contract period of 5 years. Speaker, on the 22nd October 2019, she was transferred to the Department of Administration and Coordination, and in 2020, she was further moved to the Department of Lands, Energy and Urban Development. She continued to serve as the County Chief Officer. On 4th February 2022, she resigned from her position, and to date, she has not been paid her gratuity. In the statement, the committee should, Honorable Speaker, 1, explain why the former county staff has not been paid her gratuity, giving breakdown of the total gratuity owed to her by the Marsabit County government. And number 2, give details of claims for gratuity submitted by Ms. Ibrahim, whether they were reviewed and approved for payment, and provide a timeline for the payment of these claims. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Senator Catherine Muma.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1.
A minute, Senator Catherine Muma, just a minute. What is your point of order, Senator Onyong Kalichan?
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to make a request that you send one of the clerks to go and stop the noise that is interfering with the discussions.
Yeah, sure. That will be done shortly. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to request a statement from the Standing Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs and Human Rights regarding the urgent and concerning issue of alleged defilement and incestuous impregnation of a minor from Kigoto village in Suba South Sub-County, Homa Bay County. Mr. Speaker, the child victim was 13 years old at the time she was defiled, allegedly by her paternal uncle in December 2021. The case was reported in March 2022 when it was discovered that the child was pregnant. The child's mother later filed a case at the Magistrates Court in Bita, and it was almost due for judgment, but was halted and has had to be started afresh. The accused has been granted bail and allowed to return to the community in which the minor and her child would ordinarily be resident, and his subsequent conduct is in contravention of normal terms of bail, particularly as he is reportedly pressuring the minor and potential witnesses to halt the case, with the minor's mother being the recipient of threats emanating from her in-laws. It is imperative, given the sensitive nature of issues and the power dynamics involved, to assess the legality and fairness of the decision to grant bail to the accused, as well as its impact on the pursuit of justice for the minor, and whether it is in the best interest of the minor. In the statement, the committee should, 1, appraise the Senate on the current status of the legal criminal proceedings instituted at the court in Bitavide case number SOA E10/223 concerning the case of defilement and consequent incestuous impregnation of a 13-year-old minor from Kigoto village, Suba South, Suba County, allegedly by her paternal uncle. Assess the fairness of granting bail to the accused, since it has compelled the minor and her child to reside at a rescue center away from her home for over a year as she awaits receipt of a just outcome from the legal proceedings, with specific reference to any protective measures in place for the minor and her child, as well as her parents. 3, to inquire into the adequacy of victim support services being offered to the minor and her family, especially considering the child's psychosocial and economic vulnerability and that of her family. And 4, to scrutinize the overall treatment of defilement cases in the justice system, with a particular attention to the delays and restart of cases, the grant of bail to such accused, and the risks of witnesses intimidating and frustrating, and the frustration of justice, and propose recommendations to ensure that justice for child victim is neither delayed nor denied. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Next is Senator Andy Okech.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Health regarding the plight of community health promoters, CHPs, and community health volunteers, previously CHVs, in Migori County. In the statement, the committee should, Mr. Speaker, state the number of community health promoters and community health volunteers in Migori County and how they are distributed across the sub-counties, explain the amount of money owed by the county government of Migori as pending bills accrued on the stipend payable to community health promoters, and when the county is planning to pay the health workers. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, state the number of community health volunteers that were absorbed by the county as community health promoters. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Now I'm opening maybe around 30 minutes also for brief. Your statement, 57? 57 or maybe after this? Okay, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order number 57-1, I hereby present the business of the Senate for the week commencing Thursday, the 24th of September, 2024. I take this opportunity to welcome honorable senators back from recess, Mr. Speaker. From today's order paper, it is evident that as we begin the part 4 of the third session, we have a full entry, Mr. Speaker. I therefore continue to implore on honorable senators to prioritize their presence in the chambers so as to ensure that the business before us is dispensed with in a timely manner. I urge the various standing committees to hasten the consideration of business pending before them and to table the reports as required. With respect to business before the Senate, Mr. Speaker, the status of the legislative business is as follows. We have 60 bills, Mr. Speaker, that are pending conclusion in the Senate, of which 48 are the second reading stage, while 12 are the committee of the whole stage. 22 motions are pending conclusion. 21 petitions are due for reporting by the respective standing committees, and 387 statements are pending before our various standing committees. Mr. Speaker, sir, on Tuesday, the 24th of September 2024, the Senate Business Committee will meet to consider the business for the week. The tentative business for the week for Tuesday will include business that will not have concluded in today's order paper, as well as businesses indicated in the notice paper, which is appended to our order paper today. The tentative business for Wednesday, the 25th of September 2024, morning sitting, will include the schedule of questions to Cabinet Secretaries as approved by the Senate Business Committee, as well as motions. The summary of questions is as follows. There will be question number 41 to the CS for Public Service Performance by Senator Mungatana. Question number 91 to the CS for ASAL and East African Community and Regional Development by Senator Julius Murgor. There will be question 32, Mr. Speaker, to the Cabinet Secretary for Tourism and Wildlife by Senator David Wakoli. And finally, question number 89 to the CS for Tourism and Wildlife by Senator Julius Recha Morgor. Mr. Speaker, sir, the business for Wednesday, 25th September 2024, afternoon sittings will include business not concluded in the order paper for Tuesday, 24th September 2024 and the following. Business bills that are the second reading stage: the Local Content Bill, the Cooperative Societies Amendment Bill, Early Childhood Education Amendment Bill, County Oversight and Accountability Bill, the County Civic Education Bill, the County Statistics Bill, Provisions of Sanitary Towel Bill, the Statutory Instruments Amendment Bill. These bills are the committee of the whole stage, Mr. Speaker, that I plead with colleagues to avail themselves next week for a speedy conclusion of the same, include but not limited to the Gambling Control Bill, the Tea Amendment Bill, the Maternal, Newborn and Child Health Bill, the Meteorology Bill, the National Construction Authority Amendment Bill, the Cancer Prevention and Control Bill, the Houses of Parliament Bicameral Relations Bill. Mr. Speaker, I hope our Justice and Legal Affairs Committee, Mr. Speaker, has concluded on the request that was made by colleague senators on a re-edit of that bill, taking into consideration all the concerns that were raised by members, actually as they made their presentations during second reading stage. The Public Finance Management Amendment Bill, the Nuts and Oil Crops Development Bill, the Public Transport Motorcycle Regulations Bill, the Street Vendors Protection Livelihood Bill, Senate Bill number 41 of 2023, and the Fire and Rescue Services Professional Bill. There are various motions, Mr. Speaker, that are present before us, and many of which, Mr. Speaker, I humbly plead that we also prioritize, Mr. Speaker, and move with business in a speedy manner so as to address these issues, Mr. Speaker, these motions. Number one is a report on the County Public Investment and Special Funds Committee on its consideration of audit reports for the various water services company for the financial year 2018-19, 19-20, and 2021. Mr. Speaker, you will struggle to find in this country a county that does not have struggles with these water companies, Mr. Speaker. All of them have serious audit and institutional challenges, which I hope, Mr. Speaker, arising from the reports of the Public Investment Committee, Mr. Speaker, we can address actually those challenges and as a House find solution. There is a report of the Standing Committee on Energy on inquiry into the LPG explosion in Mradi area of Embakasi and Nairobi County. There is a motion, Mr. Speaker, on the development of a policy and law for social risk management on infrastructure development projects in Kenya. There is a projected business, Mr. Speaker, for Thursday, the 26th of September 2024, will include business not concluded in the order paper for Tuesday, 24th September 25th, and any other business scheduled by the SBC. At the meeting of the committee held on Tuesday, 17th September 2024, the SBC approved the schedule of statements by committee chairpersons pursuant to Standing Order number 56-1B. The first three standing committees that will be scheduled to issue their reports, Mr. Speaker, in the order paper on Tuesday, the 24th of September, are as follows. And I hope the chairpersons can take note, Mr. Speaker. Chairperson for Agriculture Committee, who I had seen in the House, we expect a report. Chairperson for Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations, Mr. Speaker, I know he's in the House. They'll be coming up on Tuesday. And the chairperson for Education. I have not seen the chairperson, but I know the vice chair. Oh, thank you. Sorry. Yeah, that's what I was saying, that I know the vice chair is here. Before concluding, Mr. Speaker, allow me to say something. Because ordinarily, Mr. Speaker, we don't speak a lot on issues that happen outside the precincts of this House. But when they are of a nature that appear to impede or interfere with our work here in the Senate, Mr. Speaker, then sometimes we are duty-bound to respond. Mr. Speaker, I have been made aware that on a TV show last night, that there's a gentleman who made very disparaging remarks against the person of the Senate Majority Leader. Mr. Speaker, ordinarily, I don't respond to these kind of matters because as a public servant, Mr. Speaker, I know people can say things about us that sometimes either are unfounded, and if you make it your business, then it might be the only thing that you do. But I am deeply troubled, Mr. Speaker, that on a live television show, people who are either cloud chasing, Mr. Speaker, or bait-clicking Kenyans, Mr. Speaker, can actually tarnish your name and speak untruths about you, things that I have absolutely no idea of, and go on, Mr. Speaker, to speak at length about the person of Aaron Cheruiyot. Mr. Speaker, for the record, I do not know Mr. Adani as alleged by that particular person. I have never met that individual.
What is your point of order, Senator Sifuna?
Honorable Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 52. I didn't mean to interrupt the Majority Leader, but I didn't intend to interrupt the Majority Leader, but the standing orders require that he should bring a personal statement under Standing Order 52 and explain these matters. To do it in this particular order, Honorable Speaker, I think is a violation of the House rules. There is nothing that stops him from bringing a personal statement and to explain himself the way that he was doing.
You know, he requested as well that there is a matter which happened last night that he wanted to speak about. So I was trying to reason what is it that he must say in this floor, but now interrupted before I listened to him to give guidance. I wanted to give guidance to him after I listened, because I was not privy. Honorable senators, honorable senators, honorable senators, you cannot guide the chair on what to do. I don't have the advantage that I did not listen to that gentleman last night. So I was trying to get what he said about the majority leader. So let us get what he said.
Actually, what I'll do is that I'll bring a statement. But because I have been made aware of this matter just before walking into the House, and it's an important matter, I felt that I should speak about it. Surely, Senator Sifuna, if somebody was to make such allegations about you, don't you owe it to even your own colleagues just to clear the air? And that's all I wanted to do. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to put it on record that number one, I don't work for KAA. Number two, I don't work for the Ministry of Transport. I don't know on what condition somebody can allege that I brokered a deal between Kenya and another foreign entity, whose owner, agents, I have never met, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have worked extremely hard in my public life to protect my image. Those who know me and have worked with me long enough can speak to my integrity as a person, Mr. Speaker. I don't do those kind of things. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, even as a country, as we call for new levels of accountability, Mr. Speaker, doesn't it behoove us that we behave better than those that we accuse of committing certain ills? You cannot fight corruption, Mr. Speaker, by character assassinating other citizens of your republic. That gentleman, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to put it straight to him that my lawyers will be reaching out to him. I have a name to protect, Mr. Speaker. It is in the interest of this House, Mr. Speaker, that they know that they are majority leader. That's why, Mr. Speaker, my colleagues who are here know that this matter has been on the floor of this House for quite a while. I have not spoken to a single person asking them to either consider that matter this or the other way, because I respect the business of this House, Mr. Speaker. Finally, Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, I also ask myself, what happened to our media stations? If you go to the editorial policy of the BBC, you will read, Mr. Speaker, that they delay even their live broadcast, Mr. Speaker, so that in case somebody was to either malign somebody or say information which they cannot prove at that particular time, Mr. Speaker, it is regulated and edited out. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, even as I seek for justice for my name, Mr. Speaker, the media house that was used as well to soil my name will equally have to give an account. Mr. Speaker, I will be bringing a statement to this House on Tuesday on a personal matter, but in the meantime, even before that particular Tuesday, my lawyers will be reaching out to those particular people.
Majority Leader. Majority Leader, you use standing order 58. 58, yeah, to bring your personal statement. And since that a personal statement is never debated, even what you are saying to me should not be debated. Therefore, I really request, I now request Majority Leader, under Senator Sifuna. Under Senator Sifuna. Senator Majority Leader. Oh, no, sorry. Minority Leader. Senator Mazayo, can you make the comment on the statement? And honorable senators, 2 minutes are enough to make a comment on the statement.
Speaker, asante Bwana Speaker. Bwana Speaker, kitu cha kwanza nataka kukemea vikali vile ambavyo Asante mstahiki Speaker. Mstahiki Speaker, jambo la kwanza nataka kusema ni kwamba ni kusikitisha zaidi hususan ikiwa utatumia majina ambayo hakuna ushahidi ama hakuna taarifa yoyote yule mwingine aliweza kupewa. Kama ilikuwa inawezekana, pia yeye angewekwa katika TV wakawa wanajibishiana ili ikaonekana nani mkweli nani mrongo. Lakini kuchukua upande mmoja tu na kuweza kuweka katika taarifa na kuanza kushambulia upande mwingine si vizuri. Watu wengine, Bwana Spika, na wengi wetu ambao tuko hapa ama wote ambao tuko hapa kama maseneta, ndugu yangu Kinywa ni mtu ametengeneza jina lake kule la kipya kwa miaka mingi mpaka sasa amekuwa seneta. Bwana Spika, wewe mwenyewe pia kule Meru na wale ndugu zangu wote kule umetengeneza jina lako kamili. Kwa hiyo jina leo mtu akikutaja kwa njia ubaya itakuwa ni makosa bila wewe kupewa nafasi ya kujibu. Kwa hiyo mimi nafikiria naungana na ndugu yangu Cheriot kwamba msemo kama huo wa kuharibiana majina si haki, na onyo zaidi liende kwa wataarifa wanahabari. Mambo ya kuweza kuchukua upande mmoja na kuweza kulaumu upande mwingine pia si vizuri. Kwa upande wetu sisi tunakemea vikali na kwamba tusiweze kuchafuana majina, hususan wale wanaohusika katika kusambaza habari. Si jambo zuri katika taifa la Kenya leo kama mzee Chute anajulikana sana. Leo mzee Chute ajulikane kwa njia mbaya katika umri wake huu, itakuwa ni kumharibia maisha yake yote. Kwa hiyo kijana hivi sasa kama Cheriot
na Senator Tobiko uweze kutoa taarifa kidogo kwa ile
ndio naenda huko. Nilikuwa nataka
kwa hivyo naomba uende huko.
Nilikuwa nataka kusaidia. Ndio niko njiani, niko barabarani. Kwa hiyo Bwana Spika, mimi barabara ndefu sana. Kwa hiyo mimi nataka kusema tu Bwana Spika ya kwamba tunalaani vikali kitendo kama kile kilichotendea kwa ile taarifa ya habari. Nikirudi kwa upande ule mwingine, Bwana Spika, ni jambo la kusikitisha vile vile kuona ya kwamba katika Kenya hivi sasa kunakuwa na watu ambao wanavaa magwanda ya kujificha sura, alafu hatujui kama ni polisi ama ni majambazi. Sasa leo kama sisi, mtu akija kwako nyumbani haumjui ni nani, na ukitoka kwa gari unasikia watu wamekuvamia, wamekutoa. Tuliona hiyo wakati Charles Keter akiwa ameshikwa. Alishikwa barabarani na alikuwa yeye ni mheshimiwa. Alfred Keter mshikwa. Si jambo zuri kwa Mkenya ambaye yuko huru ndani ya Kenya kushikwa kiholela. Hususan nikija kwa upande ule wa dadangu sasa, yeye watu wake 3 wameshikwa na Wakenya wameenda kotini. Familia yake wameenda kotini wakidai wapendwa wao waachiliwe na polisi. Mpaka hivi leo tunavyoongea, hao vijana 3 bado hawajaachiliwa na polisi. Bwana Spika, kama ingekuwa ni mtoto wako, ingekuwa ni mtoto wangu, angekuwa ni mtoto wa Chute, angekuwa ni mtoto wa Khalwale, saa hizi familia hizi hazina raha ndani ya nyumba kwa kupotelewa na wapendwa wao. Na jambo la kusikitisha zaidi, hususan watoto wa
huyu mkubwa, dakika moja tu amalize.
Wanashikwa kila uchao na wakishikwa watoto hawa hawapatikani, ama wakipatikana wanapatikana wamekufa, wala hawezi kuachiliwa. Tunataka jambo hili likome, na hususan upande wa polisi waweze kuangalia kwamba wakishika mtu waweze kumpeleka kotini, wamshtaki, ile tujue kama jamii yake itamwekea mawakili, itamwekea namna gani ili aweze kurudi nyumbani, ama hata akifungwa atakuwa anafungwa kisheria. Asante Bwana Spika.
Asante Senator Chelgei Samson.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you. One, I always shudder in fear, especially when police allegedly abduct individuals, because I don't find any reason why the police should blur their numbers or wear unmarked or don't have registration numbers. So Speaker, I've been a victim, and I said yesterday, on several occasions, especially on Kamata Friday. And I remember one instance I was sleeping alone when I was arrested. It is by God's grace that chair, Mr. Speaker, they tracked me from Kibosi in Kisumu County all the way to my palatial home in Mosoriat in Nandi County, Mr. Speaker. And I was arrested alone. And that day, Mr. Speaker, after naked, I was also naked. Mr. Speaker, and that is why we need to be very careful. As the former chair, Mr. Speaker, of Justice, Legal Affairs and Human Rights, we did investigate enforced disappearance and unregulated abductions, Mr. Speaker. I want to challenge the police. If you are going for Senator Sifuna, why don't you use official numbers, wear your uniform, identify yourself, Mr. Speaker, so that we can know. Even as we speak today, the MCA of Delaware in Wachir County, Hussein Ahmed Yusuf, cannot be explained where he is. The people of Delaware, even the family moved yesterday, Mr. Speaker, to court and demand that the Inspector General of Police produces the MCA Hussein Ahmed from Delaware in Wajir County, Mr. Speaker. And we don't want the police to perpetuate a tribal attacking some particular communities in this country, Mr. Speaker. Because when you go to, I was appalled when I went to Kwale. I went into a meeting and met women, thousands of women without their husbands, Mr. Speaker, who police allegedly have abducted them in the guise of terrorism, Mr. Speaker. We must be honest as a country. Let us fight.
Next is Senator Manzo Daniel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on issue of forced disappearance, before President Ruto became president, he said no more people will be found dead in the River Yala. We have now found people dead in Kware, and the worst thing which can happen, Mr. Speaker, to any family or to anybody who is a Kenyan, is that you disappear, your family makes an application for habeas corpus, it goes to the court, and then the court is not given the body, whether dead or alive. Then that, Mr. Speaker, becomes the end of that story for that family. It means then the family will never know where their kin are, and that is in the Department of the Executive, particularly the police, Mr. Speaker. I really want to urge the Acting Inspector General, Mr. Speaker, because he is aware. If he really wants to get away with this, because now he's been convicted by the court, then he should produce the bodies or produce the persons alive, and then we will purge the contempt and everything will go well. The moment you are contemptuous before a judge, you can only go back to that judge. And the only way to purge the contempt is to comply with the court order. So I'm really pleading with the acting IG, who I know is a Christian, even if he has been forced by other forces, to make sure these children are delivered, either dead or alive. It is an absurdity for the current government if these children are never going to be seen forever. And we have more disappearances coming up and more disappearances. Mr. Speaker, it is illegal, it's unconstitutional, and it is putting the government of Kenya, locally and internationally, in a very bad corner in terms of human rights. And Mr. Speaker, we have a very good constitution as a country, which if we adhere to, all Kenyans will be happy, no families will suffer because their dear ones have disappeared.
Senator John Kinyua.
Asante Bwana Spika kunipa fursa hii. Kwanza kabisa Bwana Spika, kulingana na ripoti ambayo imeletwa na Senator Tobiko kuhusu watu kutekwa nyara, Bwana Spika, nataka kumwambia kwamba sasa kwa sababu mkuu wa polisi ameteuliwa rasmi, Douglas Kanja, anapaswa atokee kimasomaso aweze kupambana na haya mambo, Bwana Spika, na aweze kuyakomesha, kwa sababu Bwana Spika, kuna sheria zinapaswa kufuatwa. Kama mtu ametenda kosa, ashikwe, apelekwe kotini, aweze kuhukumiwa, Bwana Spika. Hakuna kosa ambalo haliwezi kupewa adhabu yake, Bwana Spika. Kwa hivyo hamna haja yoyote ya mtu yoyote, Bwana Spika. Tunapoongea hapa, Bwana Spika, mwakilishi wa wodi ya Dera, Bwana Spika, hajulikani aliko, Bwana Spika. Kwa hivyo kwa sababu sasa tuko na askari mkuu ambaye ameteuliwa kirasmi, ana majukumu ambayo Bwana Spika anapaswa kuwa awe akiangalia. Si hiyo tu, Bwana Spika, ripoti ambayo taarifa iliyoletwa na Seneta Kanyuri, watu kuuawa kiholela, Bwana Spika. Na ni vizuri, Bwana Spika, watu wawe, kwa sababu kazi kuu ya serikali, Bwana Spika, ni kulinda mali na maisha ya wananchi, Bwana Spika. itakuwa ni jambo la kuvunja moyo sana Bwana Spika, ikiwa watu wanauliwa kiholela, familia zao zinaendelea kusononeka na hapati jawabu Bwana Spika ya yale mambo ambayo wanayouliza Bwana Spika. Bwana Spika, vile vile taarifa iliyoletwa na seneta wa kutoka Uasin Gishu kuhusu KCC Bwana Spika, wakulima wanaendelea kusononeka kuuliza watapata malipo yao lini Bwana Spika, ilhali wanaendelea kupeleka maziwa yao katika KCC. Ukitembelea Nyahururu Bwana Spika, KCC kila wakati asubuhi na mapema watu wameleta maziwa yao, lakini wakati wa kupata malipo yao Bwana Spika inakuwa ni mchongoma Bwana Spika. Lakini
keep your eyes on the lights kindly to avoid the embarrassment. Senator Beatrice Akinyi Ogola.
Honorable Speaker, I rise to really condemn the defilement case that has been brought by my senior sister, Senator Catherine Muma. That is in Kigoto village of a young girl who was 13 years then, Honorable Speaker. Homa Bay County is fighting the triple threat led by His Excellency Governor Gladys Wanga and all the women leaders. But it's unfortunate that we have very pathetic numbers, Honorable Speaker. As I stand here, Honorable Speaker, in 2023, we had over 8,000 young adolescents between 10 years and 19 years that were presented as pregnant, Honorable Speaker. I support this statement, and I call for justice for the young girl and the young family. Honorable Speaker, I also want to condemn the abductions and the disappearances that have been brought forward by nominated Senator Perez Tobiko. It points to us that we have a system that is so fearful of its citizens, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, why should we have people disappearing in this country and they cannot be traced? What is so appalling in these cases, Honorable Speaker? As my colleagues have said, the government was so firm about disappearances that we had in the other years, but it's unfortunate that the scene only changed from a river in Yala to other points like the quarry that we had.
Senator Sigei Wakiri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to commend and also condemn the position that has been played out in the statement by Senator Tobiko as well as Senator Catherine Muma. The two statements, Mr. Speaker, are seeking the intervention of the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee, particularly with regard to the disappearance and also the defilement of the young girl, respectively. I, Mr. Speaker, as chairperson of Justice and Legal Affairs, commit to support and undertake appropriate investigations to make sure that the House is also given sufficient information so that appropriate actions ultimately be taken to ensure that justice is served both to the girl and to the family of the gentleman who disappeared. Mr. Speaker, I support the two statements. Thank you.
Senator Sifuna Edwin.
Honorable Speaker, we all heard President Ruto during the campaigns tell the country that under his administration, abductions and disappearances of persons and extrajudicial killings would be a thing of the past. We continue to hear him say that his is a government that observes the rule of law. Honorable Speaker, as we speak today, the acting Inspector General of Police has been convicted and is subject to a 6-month jail term just because he's been instructed by his superiors not to honor court summons to appear to explain the disappearance of Bob Njagi, somebody that I know personally, Jamil Langton and Aslam Langton. Honorable Speaker, there is nobody who can be happy to live in a country such as this. And you can see here, from both sides of the House, no one can support these happenings in our country. Just across the border in Dar es Salaam, the police plucked somebody, an opposition leader from the Chadema party, from a moving bus in the full glare of the public. And the guy in hours turned up dead, Honorable Speaker, and his face has been disfigured by acid. We cannot be spoken to in the same terms as countries like Tanzania. Even this young MCA from Wajir was plucked from the streets of Nairobi. So, Honorable Chair, we would want that we all as leaders take a very strong position and ask William Ruto. We will not ask you about the other promises you break. Even if you don't build us the roads and the stadiums you promised us, please stop killing us. Stop abducting people and bodies showing up in quarries. At the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, it is the responsibility of government to protect life and limb, and every disappearance must be explained by none other than William Ruto. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Number 105 on statement of fact. And for my good friend Senator Sifuna to understand it, because it's clear he doesn't understand the standing orders. 105.1, a senator shall be responsible for the accuracy of any facts that the senator alleges to be true and may be required to substantiate any such facts instantly. You have heard Senator Sifuna allege that William Ruto, the President of Kenya, Mr. Speaker, is killing Kenyans. Can he substantiate that claim, Mr. Speaker? Failure to which he withdraws, apologizes, Mr. Speaker, and that statement be expunged from the records of this House, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Sifuna, you have been accused that your statement is bordering on some allegations.
Honorable Speaker, it's like the majority leader met me yesterday. I will stand by the truth without fear. It is the responsibility of government to protect the life of Kenyans. It is public knowledge that these people are being abducted by police officers. It is his government. So he cannot run away from the responsibility. Who are we supposed to ask? Samia Suluhu. He is the person responsible for the protection of the lives of Kenyans, and he is the one we will ask. I will not be intimidated on this.
Senator Sifuna, the issue is, you mentioned that...
Let him read back what I said. I said his government is responsible for the killing of Kenyans. Yes. So you can refer back to the Hansard.
Okay.
I know what I said. I know what I said. You cannot
Now,
speak for me.
Because
you cannot speak for me
in this House.
Yeah. Go back to the Hansard.
I will request for the answer.
Correct.
During the next sitting. Because... What? On the members. When there is a dispute, when there is, that answer can be produced. Listen, honorable senators, Senator Sifuna, what I'm saying is, before the end of this sitting, that answer should be produced before me. Next is Senator Roba. Okay. Senator Nyonka. Senator Sifuna, now you risk...
Thank you.
Kindly restrain yourself from making...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like... Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like my colleagues to sometimes go and listen to American political analysts, what they talk about Joe Biden. They used to call him Crooked Joe. They call Trump an abuser, a rapist. Sometimes we just need to be honest with ourselves. Mr. Speaker, I want to say something to my colleagues in this House. And I'm not pontificating, it's just my reality. I feel, because of the issues that I've been raising, I could be abducted. And I am not anti-government. What I am saying is that our country deserves better. We can run this country. President William Ruto can continue to govern this country, and he can even win the coming elections if he did the basic things that Kenyans want. Please, let us not kill our young people. It is only in Latin America when drug dealers and warlords organize for certain individuals who disagree with them to assassinate or abduct people, to violate women's rights. I am begging my colleagues, in fact, I am begging the President of the Republic of Kenya, President William Ruto, the history of this country will never forgive you if these abductions continue. If individuals have extrajudicial killings where they are murdered because they have a different political opinion or where they are questioning government policy and decisions, let us not think this is the reason why the young men went to the streets. They felt that we were not doing our job. Our job is to tell them.
Senator Omar Sheikh Mariam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, in the Constitution of Kenya, there is a right to life. And life starts on conception. Mr. Speaker, if we continue like this, abducting, extrajudicial, extra killing, Mr. Speaker, there is no democracy in Kenya. Mr. Speaker, how can we explain to the new family of MCA of Wajir? How can we explain to a kid who is now 2 years old? Mr. Speaker, we need justice in every part of the Kenya. Mr. Speaker, if Kenya goes like this, what's the difference between Kenya and Somalia? Where do we live? And Kenya is home. Mr. Speaker, we need a safe place to take care of our kids, to take care of our properties. Mr. Speaker, let's follow the rule of law. If somebody is, human being is to error. If somebody is to error, there is rule of law, there is court. Take the person to the courts, convict, Mr. Speaker. But 6 days, 7 days, where is the MCA? How can we explain to the parents? How can we explain to the, his mother, who is old mama? She cannot understand this system.
Senator Abbas, Sheikh.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to join my colleagues also. And I want to thank all the members for standing with the people of Wajir.
Forgetting Senator Sifuna? I just gave you and gave Onyonka same.
Honorable Speaker, as it has been said already, I want to join. Honorable Speaker, please protect me. I'm losing my time.
Honorable members, the MCA from Wajir comes from Wajir County. And that
Honorable
is
Speaker,
why
for the first thing, I want to
Senator
join the family
Abbas
of Honorable Hussein, Yusuf Hussein Mohammed, the MCO of Dela, who has been missing for the last 7 days. I want to share their sufferings, their fears, and the absence of their loved ones. It's actually very painful to miss your most loved person without any communication or anything. Honorable Speaker, it's very unfortunate. This country is going back to the days of in the 90s and where we came from. We thought we have moved forward. Last time the president has promised us that there will be no extrajudicial killings, no abductions, no nothing. But now we are seeing a very funny thing going on now. Honorable, when the IG is not responding to the courts when it's been summoned, that's impunity of the highest order. And that's why they're able to take people anyhow they want. They want to do what they want to do. There are so many people who are missing Kenyans today. Kenyans still have the right to live. Every life is actually sanctioned. It is a right. People must be produced to court. People must be listened. You say what the law says, I'm not a lawyer, but it says that everybody is innocent unless proven guilty.
Senator Mwaruma Jones Mwashushi.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to support the statement by Senator Kavindu on 100% transition to secondary and tertiary institutions. Mr. Speaker, it is desirous that all the children achieve education, and Kenya, Mr. Speaker, is a signatory to Article 26 of the 1948 Declaration on Human Rights and the right to education. However, Mr. Speaker, this has been impeded by very many reasons. And Mr. Speaker, for as long as the funding of secondary education and tertiary education is dependent on CDF, then we are not likely to meet the 100% transition. Mr. Speaker, the CDF has been given in a discriminatory manner, and for as long as that CDF is patronized by MPs, and if you don't vote an MP, Mr. Speaker, then you don't get the bursaries, then we're not going to achieve 100% transition, and most of these children are going to fall by the wayside. Mr. Speaker, right now we have junior secondary, and junior secondary is not financed through CDF. There are very many children that are falling by the wayside because JSS is being charged, or fees are being charged, and we don't have CDF really funding JSS. So we need to look for a modality of financing even JSS, because we lose very many children at JSS level. Mr. Speaker, the new funding model that is not very clear, that is financing higher education. We have people who have been put at very high bands, and they'll also not be able to achieve university and tertiary education. And what
Senator Alexander Mondigi.
Asante Bwana Spika, naunga mkono taarifa ambaye imeletwe na Senator Mandango ya kuhusu wakulima mambo ya maziwa. Nataka kuunga mkono wale watu wataenda kuchunguza, waangalie vizuri, kwa sababu wakulima aswa watu wa Embu County, sub county Runyenje na Manyata wanalima mambo ya maziwa, inaleta shinda. Unakuta wamefanya kazi ngumu, lakini mambo ya malipo imeleta shinda. Pia nikiunga mkono, tunakumbuka wakulima wale wafanyikazi walikuwa wanafanya kazi kwa hiyo kampuni ya maziwa kutoka zamani miaka 30 hawajalipwa, na sasa tunasikia new KCC sasa inataka kuleta mambo ingine ya kupeleka hiyo kampuni kwa watu. Ningeomba wale wataenda kufanya uchunguzi waangalie vizuri, ndio wakulima waweze kufaidika, kwa sababu wameumia sana. Nikimalizia, nataka niambie seneta wa Nairobi, tukiwa hapa maseneta, ni afadhali tuwe na heshima kwa serikali, kwa sababu tuko kwa serikali ya muungano, na kama seneta mzima hawezi kuheshimu rais wa Kenya, nataka kuambia seneta wa Nairobi, rais sio William Ruto, anaitwa Rais Samuel William Ruto, sio kumtanja jina tu, lakini sasa kuja kutuambia majina mpaka mheshimu. Kesho utakuwa mtu mwingine. Jana tulisikia utambui hata wale watu wengine, utambui hata kama ni secretary. Ni aibu kubwa sana. Kwa hiyo Senator wa Nairobi, rafiki wangu, mpaka uwe ukiheshimu wale watu wengine, kwa sababu wakati mwingine wewe ndio utakuwa pale juu. Kama hauna heshima, utaheshimiwa na nani? Ndugu yangu, sauli yako. Kwa hivyo mheshimu. Next time tunakutafutia kiti kubwa ukunje kwa serikali ya muungano. Asante Bwana Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Senators, the statement hour is past gone. Honorable Senators, as you may recall, at the morning sitting of the Senate held yesterday, Wednesday, 18th September 2024, I directed Senator Peris Tobiko MP to substantiate utterances made in the course of a contribution on a supplementary question to the Cabinet Secretary for Roads and Transportation. The direction arose out of a point of order by the Senator for Senegal County, Senator Transaction Mandago MP. pursuant to Standing Order 1052. Standing Order 105 provides that, 1, a senator shall be responsible for the accuracy of any facts that the senator alleges to be true and may be required to substantiate any such facts instantly. And 2, if a senator has sufficient reason to convince the Speaker that the senator is unable to substantiate the allegations instantly, the Speaker shall require that such senator substantiates the allegations not later than the next sitting day, failure to which the senator shall be deemed to be disorderly within the meaning of Standing Order 121, which is disorderly conduct. Unless the senator withdraws the allegations and gives us a suitable apology if the Speaker so requires. So, honorable senators, in the point of order by Senator Jackson Mandago, MP, Senator Perez Tobiko, MP, was required to substantiate the claim that a rogue, and I quote, a rogue public servant has gone on record publicly to say that this road will never be constructed as long as the current Member of Parliament, MP for Kajiado South, Honorable Parashina, is the MP. These utterances were made by the State House Controller. End of quotes. Honorable Senators, Senator Perez Tobiko was not able to substantiate our statements as required pursuant to Standing Order 1051, and subsequently requested the Speaker to provide the evidence at the next sitting day in accordance with Standing Order 1052. Having acceded to the request, I directed that the senator substantiates the allegations at the next sitting day. Pursuant to Standing Order 1052, I now invite Senator Perez Tobiko, MP, to forthwith substantiate the claims as raised in the point of order by Senator Jackson Mandago, MP, failure to which the senator shall be deemed to be disorderly within the meaning of Standing Order 121. In the absence of such substantiation, the senator will be required to withdraw the statements and apologize to the Senate. I thank you. Senator Tobiko, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would also have loved that you informed the House that I'm the one who has come to remind you that I had evidence to table. And I was very eager to do that, Mr. Speaker. And so I didn't want it to be forgotten.
Tobiko, you're out of order.
No.
I understand exactly at 4:1 you are to do the statement. You're out of order, Senator Mazayo. What is it? Why are you making noise? Let Senator Tobiko be hand in silence. Absolute silence.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, because I was eager to table, and hereby, Mr. Speaker, I'm now ready to table. The same, I have a video.
Proceed and table.
Yes.
Next order. So, Senator Tobiko, your evidence will be reviewed to see, to ascertain whether it meets the threshold of an evidence. So that will not be done right away, because this is a video, I can see, this is your evidence, it's here. So you don't have the gadgets to do it now. Next order. Can you call to the next order, kindly? Honorable Senators, Honorable Senators, Senator Mundigi, Minority Leader, Senator Mundigi, Minority Leader, Honorable. So, Honorable Senators, we are rearranging the order paper. So, from order number 8, 9 up to 14, all those the fund, and now we go to order number 15.
Order number 15, the National Disaster Risk Management Bill, National Assembly Bills number 24 of 2023, resumption of debate interrupted on Wednesday, 18th September 2024, afternoon sitting.
Who was on the floor? Yeah. No. Which one is this? So, Senator Mulgo, you had a balance of 11 minutes. If you are ready, you can proceed and utilize 11 minutes. If you are done, then we can give another senator to proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was interrupted when I was contributing, and I was saying that there are activities that we run as human beings that contribute very much to the disasters that we run into and that make life difficult for us. For example, cutting of trees has made some portions of land to be barren and bare, so that there is no trees that hold good soil and also hold grass to grow along rivers and along escarpments and so on. And so because we have cut down trees, that makes the soil to be soft and loose, and when it is soaked with water, it just runs downstream or down the escarpments and so on, and therefore down below the escarpment or below the river, it just causes or cause devastating situations and problems to those who live downstream or below the hills. And therefore, there is need to make our people aware that some of the contributions that we make that become negative should be avoided, so that we can live in peace and in harmony and in an environment that is safe for us, rather than cutting trees and just making the land be bare. And there is also need to train our people. We have, as somebody said yesterday, we have a lot of graduates and engineers that can be involved in making our people aware as to how to conserve soil and to conserve forests and nature, so that these disasters that happen will not be as frequent as they are today in our time, and also to make people know and be aware how to plant and conserve forests. Forests now are really nearly depleted because of lack of knowledge that people do not know how to take care of trees. I was talking to somebody that is in charge of seedlings a few days ago, and he said that they were ready to distribute.
Order, honorable members.
So he said that they were ready to distribute over 250,000.
Senator Mtata and Senator Eddy, please listen to the senator in silence, please.
So to distribute more than 250 seedlings that are ready to be planted. But he said the sad point about it is that people will take seedlings and just place them anyhowly or plant and not really take care of them. So he said he is saddened that all the seedlings might not really have the chance to become trees. And therefore, where it is supposed to be planted and grow to be trees will still remain bare and without trees to hold the soil and to hold the soil that can make grass grow. And therefore, there is a lot of need for skills and then also the carefulness that we need to have, especially on taking care of materials and supplies that we get to be able to attend to situations that have become disastrous, such as maybe foodstuffs and blankets and mattresses and so on. When it happens, we need to have a culture and develop a habit of taking care of such to be able to attend to the needs of our people when disaster happens. We need to be faithful and be trustworthy people on behalf of our people and also on behalf of those who have donated, so that donations are given and put into trusted hands that will make sure that it reaches the people that deserve it. So I support. Thank you.
Senator Gloria.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to rise to support this bill on national disaster and risk management, Madam Speaker. And as I add my voice to this, I want to particularly draw the attention of the House onto what is a national disaster, Madam Speaker. If you look at page 3 of that bill, they have actually explained that a disaster means a progressive or sudden, widespread, localized, natural, or human-caused occurrence which causes or threatens to cause death, injury, or disease, or a significant disruption of the life of a community, Madam Speaker. As I support this bill, for me, I want to talk about disasters that nobody talks about, Madam Speaker. When it comes to the issue of women, when it comes to the issue of the challenges that women of Kenya are going through, nobody wants to pay attention to it, Madam Speaker. And as I support this bill on the national disaster management, Madam Speaker, I want to draw to the public, to get the attention of the public on matters gender-based violence, Madam Speaker. Because we continue to turn aside, we continue to ignore. Madam Speaker, even on the statements that have been read today, they have touched on several disasters, national disasters, Madam Speaker.
Senator Gloria,
yes?
What you're speaking to is important, but the business of today is disaster management, so the disaster management bill. So if you want to place context and put it in the bill, please situate it in the bill, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I stand guided. That's why I went back to the bill to look at what the bill is defining as a disaster, Madam Speaker. And my voice, which I want to add on to this bill, is to ask the proposer or those who are fronting this bill, because I know that it has come from the National Assembly, Madam Speaker,
is that we have a clarity of the definition of a national disaster, Madam Speaker, because all the regulations that we are putting here, all the committees and the structures of the funds and how these resources should be placed, the resiliency plans and what we are supposed to do when we are managing the national disaster, Madam Speaker, I really don't think that they speak to all the disasters that we have, Madam Speaker. And my point here is that at what point will we actually, as a community and as a country, understand that some of the things that are happening in this country, the same way we have spoken very passionately about the disappearances of and the extrajudicial killings, to an extent that they are causing death, injury, or disease, or a significant disruption of the life of the community, Madam Speaker. I also want to add there that when we are drawing these regulations or these committees or these things, we must also understand that disasters are not only limited to floods or limited to fires or limited to certain things, because as they have put it here in the definition, a disaster also means that it is a progressive or a sudden widespread of localized natural or human-caused occurrences, Madam Speaker. And the issue of gender-based violence, Madam Speaker, and I wish Senator Cherargei, who is being distracted by Senator Mariam, would listen, because this is a very important point. On the issue of gender-based violence, Madam Speaker, and the femicide, and the things that we continue to see and bring as statements, this should and actually be declared by the President as a national disaster, Madam Speaker. Because the definition is there. It is causing a significant disruption of the life of the community, Madam Speaker. So when all of these regulations are being placed here, Madam Speaker, my question is, and the voice that I'm adding to this bill is, are we really thinking through all the natures or all the characteristics of what we are calling a national disaster? Madam Speaker, a simple example, when you go to how we are proposing to deal with the disaster risk reduction, Madam Speaker, it does not speak to some of the disasters that we're experiencing, Madam Speaker. You know, we have had so many incidences of delayed justice based on disasters, Madam Speaker. The issue of the gender-based courts, Madam Speaker, severally we have gone on record and asked that the Chief Justice actually allocates a timing such that most of these GBV-related cases are prosecuted within 6 months, Madam Speaker. But when I go to read on the proposals on how we are dealing with disaster management, then I beg to ask my fellow colleagues here, are we actually thinking through a widespread that disaster does not just, it's not limited to floods and fires, Madam Speaker. Disasters that we are experiencing in this country, as the women of Kenya, are also disasters of femicide. And that is what I'm trying to say, Madam Speaker. And we must be able, as women who are representing women in this Senate, we must be able to speak the truth and represent the women on what we are going through. Madam Speaker, to move on from that, Madam Speaker, if you read that the bill, it says that the objective of this act is to provide for a legislative framework for disaster risk management, is to enhance the effectiveness and the coordinated disaster preparedness prevention response, and to reduce disaster risks and vulnerabilities at the national and the county levels, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, my question then to the proposer of this bill is, while we are setting up the committees, the funds, the regulations, are we really thinking about the big constituency of women and girls who end up being victims of many of the natural disasters that we have in this country, Madam Speaker? So I'd like to encourage that the proposers of this bill do not limit our thinking to fires and floods and natural calamities such as climate change and all sorts of things, but to also think of the disasters that are pushed by human interaction, disasters that are created by human beings, and those disasters are here with us. Every day we speak on them in form of statements, and I want to particularly highlight the disaster, the national disaster of gender-based violence, intimate partner violence, and femicide. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I support the bill.
Senator Moses Kajwang.
Madam Speaker, I rise to support the Disaster Risk Management Bill that is before the House. And Madam Speaker, yesterday I listened to the Senator for Migori, who is also my party leader because he's a secretary for disaster in the ODM party. And Madam Speaker, Senator Eddie Okech did a wonderful job in the wake of the recent floods, where he mobilized resources, he mobilized well-wishers to go around to support those who were affected by the floods. However, Senator Eddie yesterday spoke strongly against this bill. And today I want to encourage him and other members of the Senate to have a different view of this bill. The situation we have in the country is that disaster risk management has been scattered all over the place. We've got a national disaster risk management policy of 2017. This policy places responsibility for disaster risk management in the hands of a national disaster risk management unit. This unit falls in the Ministry of Interior and was established through an executive order in August 2013. The policy also delegates that function to a National Disaster Operations Center established in 1998. It goes ahead to provide or assign responsibility to the National Drought Management Authority, established by an Act of Parliament. At the Ministry of Defense, in line with the constitutional provision that the Kenya Defense Forces can be called upon to respond to disasters, there is a Disaster Response Battalion. Madam Speaker, then there is the Kenya Red Cross Society, established by an Act of Parliament, Cap 256 of 1965, which has been placed right in the center of disaster response in this country. And sometimes when we speak about the Kenya Red Cross Society, people think that this is a foreign organization. People think that it is an NGO, yet it is established by the laws of Kenya. And so it means that county governments, when they contract the Red Cross Society, it's a government-to-government procurement rather than a government-to-business procurement. Madam Speaker, you cannot then place a finger on who is responsible for disaster risk management in this country. In the office of the Deputy President, there are bags of beans and bags of maize and bags of rice, which are distributed whenever there are floods across the country. And Madam Speaker, for those of us who have seen these bags of rice being distributed, the means of distribution is more expensive than the items that are being distributed. I have seen flood victims in the areas of Nyakach, in the areas of Osodo in Karachuonyo constituency, people flying in using state helicopters and army helicopters to distribute a plate or a dish of rice or a dish of beans. And so, when the Senate in the 11th and 12th Parliament made a proposition that we needed to have better coordination within this disaster space, Madam Speaker, I recall that it must have been Senator Mutula Kilonzo and perhaps Senator Sakaja, who is now in Nairobi City County, who was spearheading this bill. This bill collapsed simply because the other house considered it to be a money bill. There was no other reason. And this is why today, if this bill has originated from the other house, we are happy to support it, of course, with the necessary amendments. As we support and speak to this bill, we must remember that disaster management is a concurrent function. The fourth schedule assigns that function to both national and county government. And therefore, we cannot have legislation and we cannot have entities or new creations that then take away the role of county governments. Madam Speaker, Kenya is a signatory to the Sendai Framework on Disaster Risk Reduction. It means that we have signed up to certain international obligations that require us to streamline, to put in place legislation, and to adopt best practices on disaster risk management. Disasters in this country have caused untold suffering. It is very rare for the school calendar to be affected by disasters. In living history, Madam Speaker, perhaps the other time that the school calendar was disrupted was during the 1982 coup. After that,
The next time the school calendar was adversely affected was during COVID. The third time the school calendar was affected because of a disaster was Hurricane Adai. Madam Speaker, it was not too long ago. I think it affected the reopening of the second term, where everyone was holding their breath to see how that man-made hurricane or cyclone that was supposed to hit the coastal part of Kenya, how it was going to play out. And we thank God that God was good to us, that the intensity of the cyclone reduced out in the high seas, and that we are not affected. Those are the grand disasters that sometimes people think about. But disasters can manifest in the form of fire. It could be fire that has burnt down shops in a marketplace. Madam Speaker, in Rodikopany town, in Homa Bay County, a few weeks ago, fire razed down a number of shops belonging to small-scale business people. Even though the county government attempted to respond by sending fire engines, the fire engines ran out of water and extinguishing materials, and it was quite an embarrassment because they had to be refilled. And by the time they were refilled, the fire had already done what we feared it should not do. Disasters can represent itself in the form of flooding, Madam Speaker. The flooding that affects my people every rainy season. Every rainy season, Madam Speaker, we are heading to the area of Karachuonyo, bringing in aid, bringing in support and assistance. We find families that have been chased from their homes because their homes have been flooded. You are finding in-laws, you are finding parents and children, adult men and female daughters sleeping on the floor of a classroom. You are finding people set up in camps without proper sanitation, without food, without medication, without protection against the mosquitoes that obviously are there whenever it floods. Madam Speaker, recently when the President came to my region, we made it clear that to avoid this annual disaster, to avoid this annual flooding, the solution is simple. Build dams upstream. And the colonial government identified the areas where these dams should be. One dam should be in the area of Magwagwa in Nyamira County. Dam the area, control the flow of water. When you've got a dam, you can generate electricity. When you've got a dam, you can do irrigation. You can create employment so that you don't have to send our children out of the country to do manual jobs. Those are some of the things we were discussing yesterday, Madam Speaker, as far as job creation is concerned. We challenge the President. Set up the next dam in Konoin or up the hills of Kericho, because it is the floods that come from the hills of Kericho that then affect the people of Kisumu County. The rains that come from the Magwagwa area affects the people of Homa Bay County. The solutions are simple. The solutions have been quantified. The designs have been done. And all that is needed is a government that can prioritize the needs and the lives of the people of that region. But because you have dithered and continue to procrastinate from independence to date, every year, Madam Speaker, we've got a disaster. I want to call these man-made disasters. I don't want to call them natural disasters anymore, because God has given us the wisdom, the knowledge, and the foresight on what to do to prevent them. Madam Speaker, this bill proposes that we collapse all those other entities that I've talked about so that we've got one national disaster risk management authority. And yesterday, the majority leader and the majority whip were commenting that we are creating a new entity. But a proper reading of this bill and the reports that the House has done in the past is that we are collapsing the various desks, units, operation centers, and authorities that have been vested with that responsibility into one for better coordination, for efficiency, and for synergies. It is for that reason that I support this bill. Madam Speaker, the bill also makes provisions for county disaster risk management committees to be chaired by the county governors, and part of those who will be sitting in those committees is the county commissioner. On this, we need to be very careful. Sometimes, through national legislation, we have come up with structures and proposals for county governments, but these structures end up not working. Madam Speaker, You recall the conversation at the Devolution Donor Working Group earlier today. One participant said that sometimes we legislate at the national level and tell counties to establish committees, and those committees never work. The County Policing Authority, which was established by national legislation, has never been actualized to date. The county education boards, and Madam Speaker, this is a painful bit, that through legislation, the Basic Education Act, we established the county education boards. Most county education boards across the country are understaffed, they are underfunded, and they are not effective in any form or shape. I do recall, Madam Speaker, in Homa Bay County, the inaugural chair of the County Education Board was a very distinguished educationist, a lady called Mrs. Roslyn Onyuka, who had become a provincial education officer, who had been a principal of many schools, and I'm sure that even here in Parliament, a number of the ladies in Parliament are her proteges. She was made the chair of the County Education Board, given no funding, given no budgetary support, and she had to resign out of frustration. The reason why I bring these parallels is that we are creating a County Disaster Risk Management Committee through this bill. And if you are not careful, it will go the direction of the county education boards, the county environment committees, the county policing oversight authorities. I have seen a few county governments that have come up with county disaster risk management laws. What we need to do is to ensure that when we make national legislation, we do not make it too prescriptive for county governments. Let us make it descriptive so that county governments can then come up with their own legislation to ensure that they do what is useful and what is possible in their areas. The disaster management committees must be agile. They cannot be bureaucracies, because a disaster strikes sometimes when least expected. In the definition of disasters, there are those that can be foreseen, but there are those that come when least expected. You therefore do not need a strong bureaucracy. You therefore do not need committees where the proceedings are guided by normal rules of procedure to manage disaster issues in counties. In Nairobi City County, when the governor appeared before the Committee of Public Accounts, there had just been a fire incident in Gikomba Market. Madam Speaker, in Nairobi, it has become ritual also that there'll be fire in Toi Market, there will be fire in Gikomba Market, and yet the amount of money that we collect from Toi Market and Gikomba Markets is sufficient to acquire firefighting equipment and to support a disaster management unit in this city. But the traders in those markets never see that service come back to them, even after they've faithfully paid their dues on a daily basis. The Nairobi County Disaster Risk Management Act provided that the disaster committee would be chaired by the deputy governor. And it made very elaborate and clear provisions on how it ought to be run. It even included incorporation of the local elected leadership in Nairobi. Unfortunately, when the governor appeared before my committee and we put him to task, it emerged that even in his response to the fire incidences in Nairobi, he never convened the disaster committee. In his defense, he brought us a memorandum that he had written arguing that the law was defective. But, Madam Speaker, we must deal with the law as it is, rather than the law as it ought to be. We recall we dismissed the governor and directed that if he is dissatisfied with the law that was validly passed by the County Assembly of Nairobi, he should sponsor amendments, but in the absence of amendments, he must therefore ensure that the County Disaster Committee is in place. And Nairobi is too important, Madam Speaker, for important instruments like a County Disaster Committee to be run at the whims of a governor. And I would like to, even as I support this bill, Madam Speaker, on the part of county disaster committees, I hope that the relevant committee will look at the other legislations that various county governments have already passed, have already enacted, to ensure that what we are proposing is going to make sense to their operations. Madam Speaker, even as we speak, I want to challenge you to dial 999. When I was growing up in Nairobi, we knew that 999 was a number that you'd call when you're in problems. If you are faced by muggers, call 999. If there is fire, call 999. If thieves break into your house, call 999. Anything, call 999. I don't know if you call 999 today, what you're going to get. And that shows you the kind of breakdown that we have in our disaster risk and response strategies. Madam Speaker, if we are going to be serious about this matter of disaster management, firefighting the national government should not leave that responsibility wholly to county governments. I know in the fourth schedule, it is assigned to county governments. But even housing is assigned to county governments, and the president is going around the country launching houses. Water is a function of national governments, and the president is going around launching water projects. What is special about firefighting? Why do we want to leave this responsibility with its huge budgetary and coordination mechanisms to county governments? I want to challenge the national government that in as much as this is a county function, the Intergovernmental Relations Act requires the national government to support county governments in areas where county governments might not have the capacity. Finally, Madam Speaker, there is something we need to clean up in this bill. It talks about a national state of disaster, that the president can declare a national state of disaster. The wording is different from what is in the Constitution. The Constitution talks of a national state of emergency. Now, a national state of emergency, under Article 58, the president can only declare it through parliamentary approval. What is this other thing called national state of disaster that the president can then use to curtail movements and to curtail the Bill of Rights, because it is not subject to approval by Parliament? And so, Madam Speaker, we need to be careful that we do not introduce another state of emergency and call it a state of disaster in this bill. Madam Speaker, I hope that the committee will bring their report so that we make an informed decision on the issues and areas that need to be amended to ensure that this bill is fit for purpose.
What's your point of order, Senator Eddy?
Madam Speaker, I raise understanding order number 105. And as you might have observed, Madam Speaker, I was very patient so that I didn't want to interfere with the thought process of my dear brother, Senator of former Bay, Senator Kajwang. But Madam Speaker, you have heard Senator Kajwang indicating in arguing the necessity of this bill that in places such as in the OP, under the Deputy President's office, and other places that I don't want to mention because he has mentioned that they are unanswered, you've seen people operating things like beans and any other food commodity that then responds to disaster when it occurs, and therefore showing a case that because of that, there is inadequacy in terms of proper disaster response and coordination, Madam Speaker. Can Senator Kajwang help us understand as a statement of fact?
Senator Eddy, what is your point of order?
Yeah, it's a statement of fact, Madam Speaker. Is it factual that the National Disaster Operations Center, because of bad behavior that we see in other offices like the Deputy President's office, is it in order to indicate that National Disaster Operations Center has failed because of the fact that other ministerial bodies...
Please explain what, don't ask, you cannot give a point of order on an opinion. What do you want him to?
It's not an opinion.
What do you want him to clarify? What do you want
I want him to clarify whether the necessity of this bill is because the National Disaster Operations Center has failed or not.
I have ruled you out of order. That is asking for an opinion. Continue, Senator Kajwang.
Madam Speaker, I wish Senator Eddy had challenged me to provide evidence. I would have tendered evidence that when there were floods in Nyakach, none other than a member of this House flew in a military helicopter, in a military aircraft, to go to the flooded areas with a few bags of maize, rice, and beans. The cost of flying a military plane from Nairobi to Nyakach is higher than the goods and items that they had sent there. So, Madam Speaker, I hope that we can take away the bags of maize and beans and rice from these other arbitrary centers of power and put them in one agency that will be accountable, that will be answerable to Parliament, and that will be audited by the Auditor General, and whose CEOs and executives can appear before Parliament, unlike now, where political brokers are the ones who are entrusted with disaster response measures. Madam Speaker, I support.
Senator Cherarkey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think from the onset, this bill is very crucial and important in terms of many other issues. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, you are aware that disaster management is, Madam Speaker, I don't know why the yellow light is on. I need your guidance.
Can you ensure that Senator Cherarkey's time is fully
okay. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for that guidance. Madam Speaker, when you look at the fourth schedule, one of the functions of national government is disaster management.
Senator Kajwang and Senator
and it
Eddy,
is co-shared. It is co-shared between national and county government. So when we have a national legislation, Madam Speaker, it will harmonize in terms of disaster management in the country. Madam Speaker, one of the funds that are normally misused by counties is on the issue of disaster response and disaster management in counties, and even at the national level, Madam Speaker. For example, in Nandi County, in financial year 2023-2024, according to the Auditor General's report, the approved budget for disaster response and management was 100 million. The exchequer releases that was released through CRF before moving to the next financial year, Madam Speaker, was 50 million. But when the auditors went to seek financial statements on the spending of 50 million, they could not be able to trace 50 million that was spent by Nandi County Executive, Madam Speaker. I have sat in Public Accounts Committee for almost 7-8 years now, Madam Speaker, and one of the critical issues of funds of disaster has been the misuse and abuse of those funds, Madam Speaker. Because sometimes the disabled are called, like for example in Nandi, they are called to Nandi Showground. They are only given from the pocket of disaster. They are given maybe bread, blankets of 250 shillings, bread and soda, which we used to call zero diet when we were in school, and maybe just a few photos to look good before public that we are helping the vulnerable. I'm happy that we need the law that will always guide the issue of disaster management. Madam Speaker, and you know, disaster can come in many forms. I want to appeal to traditional disasters that we know, like drought, like floods, like landslides, like even school fires, which have become predominant for the last few months, Madam Speaker, and we continue to condole with families who have lost their loved ones, especially in the Ndarasha Academy incident where more than 21 children have lost. We have seen a number of schools across the country that have been burned down, dormitories, school houses, Madam Speaker, because of what is happening. And the biggest support system in terms of disaster response and management has been the Kenya Red Cross Authority, or Red Cross, Madam Speaker, and that has assisted. I remember when we lost, I think, some children in Tuya Bay a number of years in Kiptuya Ward. We had to get young men, Madam Speaker, the famous Cheblodge divers. And I'm still surprised up to today why either the national government or Baringo County government has not hired Cheblodge divers who always come and assist us in retrieving bodies that have drowned in a number of rivers, especially during rainy season. Madam Speaker, and therefore it's challenge. The other day, one of the TV stations carried a story where young men are crossing in vulnerable rivers, Madam Speaker, because of rains, especially in Kapkangani Ward, Madam Speaker, in Nandi County. So the disaster, the dynamism of disaster continues to evolve, Madam Speaker. And as we even pass this law, we must give room to what disaster should be, how it should be handled, Madam Speaker. Even as I speak, Madam Speaker, the Nandi County Executive the other day was carrying a massive human resource audit, Madam Speaker. And the disaster we have, and the unfortunate issue, Madam Speaker, is the governor finds it after 7 years that he realizes that there is disaster of ghost workers, Madam Speaker. But we were shocked a day like yesterday that a number of people close to him, what we call professional radio callers to praise and worship him in our famous radio calling stations, Madam Speaker, bloggers, online bloggers, and close siblings, Madam Speaker, appeared in the payroll of Nandi County government. Madam Speaker, even as we talk about the spending of funds, I want to ask EACC to improve in their network so that as we discuss about funds belonging to disaster, as we discuss about wage bill, as we discuss about development expenditure, Madam Speaker, we must agree that there is something wrong in terms of management, Madam Speaker. Therefore, Madam Speaker, it is very unfortunate. And Madam Speaker, I'm disappointed because the disaster we have in Nandi is running down of both disaster response and management. And also, Madam Speaker, where Governor has hired 3 of his siblings to work as Assistant Director of Education, one of his campaign soloists as Chief Officer of Education, some online bloggers, Madam Speaker. Most of these people have never attended their duty stations, Madam Speaker. And I think these are issues that continue to be developed, Madam Speaker, especially in Nandi County. And I condemn with the strongest terms possible. And I hope, Madam Speaker, in the next 1 month, the county executive must appear before national cohesion, Madam Speaker, and even public accounts, Madam Speaker. And I want to assure the people of Nandi that the way we are looking, the 100 million that had been approved for the budget, Madam Speaker, they must account for everything that they do, Madam Speaker. You can run, but you cannot hide, Madam Speaker. And that is why last time I said the headwaters of corruption was Nandi County, and it has been vindicated over time with the mess that we see where cronies, siblings, Madam Speaker, are hired by the governor of Nandi to work for them, and we shall resist, Madam Speaker. I want to assure the people of Nandi, Madam Speaker, if I had the power to initiate impeachment, I would have done it long time ago. It is that the MCAs that initiate the impeachment and the Senate uphold the impeachment judges, Madam Speaker. Number 2, Madam Speaker, is on the issue, even the evictees from Mau. We must see how we can handle forest evictees. Madam Speaker, I said in disaster, there is what we call forest evictees, like in Serengoni, Madam Speaker. We have in Mau evictees, forest evictees, Madam Speaker. But there is also a new form of evictees, what we call infrastructural evictees, Madam Speaker. And those infrastructural evictees, we see in Nairobi here. We see in major cities, Eldoret, other cities across the country, Madam Speaker, be it Kisumu, counties want to expand, Madam Speaker. In fact, in Mosoriat, in my local center, Madam Speaker, there were infrastructural evictees that were being evicted, Madam Speaker, by the county government of Nandi. Madam Speaker, those evictees, even along Namgoi, Madam Speaker, that is what we call infrastructural evictees. You can realize, Madam Speaker, that is another challenge of disaster. Because when you evict people, like what happened in Toi Market here in Nairobi, Madam Speaker, you create what we call infrastructural evictees. The traditional evictees that we have known are maybe flood evictees because the floods were the other day, Madam Speaker, here in Nairobi because of the floods. The one Serengoni, Mau Forest evictees, Serengoni evictees in Nandi Hills and across the country, Madam Speaker, that continues to be a challenge. So as we define in terms of handling disasters, Madam Speaker, we must agree that, Madam Speaker, the last session, Madam Speaker, when I was the chairman of Justice, Legal Affairs and Human Rights, and we didn't investigate the issue of Solai Dam tragedy, where it killed, Madam Speaker, a number of Kenyans that died during Solai Dam tragedy, Madam Speaker. And I'm happy, Madam Speaker, Senate at that time, in the recommendation that was done by, Madam Speaker, by the current governor of Makueni and the former senator of Makueni, Mutula Kilonzo Jr., at that time, Madam Speaker, the famous Commissioner Colin Kanata and Chief Kiragu and Mashakul Patel had connived to pay off the victims without being charged because court of the law, Madam Speaker. And as much as I sympathize that the outcome of court has been that every family be compensated 1.2 million, between 1.2 million shillings and 800,000, I expected a harsher penalty because that, Madam Speaker, that famous Patel Dam in Solai, Madam Speaker, killed many Kenyans. It swept away more than 3,000 coffee farms. There were more than 200 million cubic meters of water that was washed down, and many lives were lost, Madam Speaker. Therefore, Madam Speaker, it is unfortunate that we lost those lives in 2018 in May, when that unfortunate disaster happened in Nakuru County, Madam Speaker. These are challenges that we should learn from. And I'm happy there is a legal framework in terms of disaster management going into the future, Madam Speaker. Even at that time, we lost more than 45 Kenyans. Schools were destroyed, homes, their lives, Madam Speaker, when we went for the sitting, and then as a committee that followed up implementation. The people of Solai, up to today, they have nightmares. When they hear even the tire burst, Madam Speaker, they always. So even as we pay them off, we should ensure we have counseling services. We should give them, assist, counsel them, Madam Speaker, so that when I had the opportunity of visiting Brazil with the Committee of National Security, and then there was a case of Rumandinho, collapse of dam in state of Minas Gerais in Brazil, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, apart from being impressed with other things in Brazil, Madam Speaker, I was impressed by the disaster preparedness of that country, Madam Speaker. Within 20 seconds, almost 100 choppers had been mobilized after the collapse of Brumadinho Dam, where a number of people, Madam Speaker, 270 people died in that Brumadinho disaster, Madam Speaker. When we visited 2-3 months down the line, Madam Speaker, we found the responders were still on the ground, collecting even every bone of anybody who lost their lives in Brumadinho, Madam Speaker. And the way the response was organized was masterclass, Madam Speaker. At that time, the state prosecutor of Brazil, Madam Speaker, had already fined the owners of that sludge $7 billion US. And the owners were still in court, Madam Speaker. The other day, in the same incident of Brumadinho Dam collapse in state of Minas Gerais in Brazil, the courts also are fined through the union because the indirect contracted of that dam, Madam Speaker, had not been compensated. They have even fined the same owners over $200 billion US, Madam Speaker. And yet the owners are still being prosecuted by the state prosecutor. That is when the rule of law is functional, Madam Speaker. Apart from compensating families, number 3, Madam Speaker, the prosecutor also has pushed the owners of Brumadinho Dam, Madam Speaker, to do environmental regeneration, to ensure the environment is left the better it was before the destruction of Brumadinho Dam. That one we have failed to do in Solai Dam, Madam Speaker, in Nakuru County, Madam Speaker. I am happy with this national authority in terms of National Disaster Management Authority, Madam Speaker. We are able to ensure, Madam Speaker, that anybody who is found out of criminal negligence, because what the committee of the Senate, the Hado committee, and I don't know whether Senator Kajwang was part of it, found that the owners of Patel Dam or the Solai Dam, Madam Speaker, were criminally liable. And I'm happy, Madam Speaker, although I hope the Attorney General will appeal that matter, we need to give harsher penalties because we know there are many people who own ranches who have dams that have not been certified, Madam Speaker. There is what we call, Madam Speaker, NEMA. We need to know their role. There is what we call National Water Restoration Agency, National Water Towers, Madam Speaker, Kenya Water Towers Agency. What are they doing when they approve the building of small dams, water pans? What is their role, Madam Speaker? We know when the rains were many, most of the dams in the country, Madam Speaker, National Water Harvesting Authority, what are they doing so that when these dams and pans, Madam Speaker, are overflowing with water, they might not affect, Madam Speaker, the lives or kill the lives, Madam Speaker. I think on the issue of, Madam Speaker, we saw another form of disaster. I don't know whether you call COVID disaster, because, Madam Speaker, you remember even the Senate committee at that time, there were allegations that more than $7.8 million US, Madam Speaker, were lost during the fiasco of COVID scandal, Madam Speaker. And you remember the whole country, the whole world went on lockdown, Madam Speaker. On the issue of COVID funds, when the COVID happened, Madam Speaker, many counties were able to give what we call to fast appropriation, supplementary budget to cater for what was happening across the country, Madam Speaker. What we found out subsequently by the OAG, most of the counties misappropriated funds, and that is why they were the new birth of COVID billionaires in town. And when you see new money in town, Madam Speaker, is the birth of COVID billionaires. There are people, when other Kenyans were dying, others were becoming billionaires. And it is sad, Madam Speaker, that up to today, no one has prosecuted COVID billionaires. And that is why some of us always question, what is the role of EACC? Because people who stole COVID billions are also disturbing us up to today, Madam Speaker. Yet EACC and this year, apart from the few people they have taken to court, no governor has been charged over misappropriation of COVID funds. No state, national, former government officials who were there in 2020 during COVID have been charged in court. And that is why when EACC says they don't have resources, sometimes we ask them, what have you delivered? What are the results that can drive more resource allocation in terms of capacity and resource to remunerate the functionality of EACC? So, Madam Speaker, even as we look at this, and I know there are people who sit in CIPIC, Senator Eddie Okech, and I'm happy that he has taken the advice of the majority leader of staying put in the House, Madam Speaker. The CIPIC have looked at those investment funds, Madam Speaker, on a number of several locations, and they will give recommendations. And I know when you realize most of these investment, like a bursary fund, education fund, Madam Speaker, and I had majority leader saying today that most water companies are struggling, and I agree. Like a Kericho Water and Sanitation Company is also struggling. I think functionally is Eldowas. The one for Nandi has collapsed. In fact, people are running around in Kapsabet with jerry cans, Madam Speaker. Women are struggling. This should be a gender-based violence, Madam Speaker. Because if you find women now, instead of going to saloon, are struggling to get water in Kapsabet town, the famous mode of transport is donkeys. So whenever you pass as you go to Western Kenya, don't be shocked, because the Kapsabet Water and Sanitation Company, under the leadership and governorship of Sang, has failed, Madam Speaker, in terms of water provision in Kapsabet town. And that is what is scaring investors. When you come, the reason many people live in Kapsabet town, not in Eldoret town, including the governor, Madam Speaker, is because there is no water and sanitation, there is no sewerage, Madam Speaker, and that is what discourages investors, even from Migori, from investing in Kapsabet town, Madam Speaker, because there is no water. And the functionality, and I hope the CPIC will be able to tell us, these water companies across counties, how do we salvage them? How do we make them functional, Madam Speaker? Clause number 9, Madam Speaker, I want to ask the majority leader that we amend the chief officer of the Council of Governors, CEO, we need to replace, because we are giving Council of Governors 2. Can we put it youth, PWD, and gender, Madam Speaker? And then number 2, clause number 27, I agree that we need National Command Center. Madam Speaker, when we went to Brazil and we visited Brasilia, when the former president of that time, he was called...
Senator Eddie, Senator Gerard K., do you want to be informed?
Yeah, I don't mind. He looks informative today.
He looks informative. Senator Cherargei, I think that your concerns are very well placed on the issue of state of water service providers. And I think that the CPIC committee that you are hoping that will deal with that issue had actually dealt with this issue in the previous session. And we have done very well in CPIC. And the report has been tabled in this House. It has been debated. I know you're very busy sometimes with a lot of things that perhaps it has passed you, were not able to read, but it is in the House, and perhaps you can be able to check it and then read all the reports on water service providers in the entire country, and you'll get a very rich report on it.
Proceed, Senator Gerard.
I don't look better with that information, but I will try and recheck. Madam Speaker, in quick succession, we went to the Brazil National Command Center. When a disaster happens across Brazil, it takes 20 seconds to reach National Command Center. So I hope as we form this authority, we should borrow from the best practices. Madam Speaker, I am objecting clause number 31. Why are you giving governor and county commissioner to co-chair. We know the fights that we have been having between national. Can you just make county commissioner to be part of the member? So I'll be proposing amendment to that, Madam Speaker, and I hope we can be on the issue of appropriation of funds. That is clause number 41. Madam Speaker, why are we legislating ourselves out of bunge or parliament? Majority leader, you should note that he says such monies as may be appropriated by the National Assembly. We need to amend it to parliament because we participate in budget making process through division of revenue bill. Let us not legislate ourselves or close business before knowing, Madam Speaker. And on the issue of appointment of the president, I agree that we need to have mobility because the president anyway is the chief of defense forces. And when they mobilize the resources through KDF, through the police, through office of the deputy president, through the office of interior, Madam Speaker, there is a way. And I agree, I always find it funny when the government officials fly in with choppers, Madam Speaker, and you want to give out beans and maize. Let us look for a better way to do it. With those many remarks, I support this bill. I thank you.
I can't see any other request. I therefore call upon the mover to reply.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the colleagues that have taken time to speak to this bill, proposing various amendments, including the very last one by Senator Cherargei, not to legislate us out of work. Madam Speaker, I didn't know that Senator Cherargei loves his job that much. I now know what to do if I want people to concentrate. So, Speaker, you know, the last few days we have been speaking about presence in the House. I think very soon we will also introduce certain clauses which will make people sit here. And they are likely to pass, then later on reflect back and say, who put it in law, Mr. Speaker? Because such things have been known to happen in our parliaments. But I want to appreciate the thoughts that have gone to it. I concur with many of the thoughts that there's a lot that can be done to improve and make this bill better. I share in the very valid concerns, which even myself in raising this bill, Madam Speaker, spoke to. This is a National Assembly bill, Madam Speaker, and I spoke of the disagreement with the proposal, Madam Speaker, to create an entity without wounding up certain entities that do similar roles, Mr. Speaker, because the overall idea and the thinking of the Senate for the last so many years, Mr. Speaker, on disaster response has been lack of a proper coordination in this effort, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, when you're creating an entity such as this, Madam Speaker, we have been quite clear, the Senate, that you need an institution that will bring together all the players and all the stakeholders so that there is sort of like a national command center that will have representatives, Madam Speaker, say from the fire department, from either divers and this or the other, whatever, if it's weather related, things like floods, or drought mitigation measures, Madam Speaker, they all coordinate actually and sit under one roof, under the command of a disaster response expert who will give the mitigation measures as well as the response, and the same can be replicated across all our 47 counties. Therefore, I want to thank colleagues who have spoken on this particular bill and hope, Madam Speaker, that when the committee actually returns its verdict on the proposed amendments, Madam Speaker, they will guide this House towards that direction. That's why I continue to plead with our chairpersons, Madam Speaker, to do a decent job at the committee level, because we don't have any other better mechanism in the legislative process, Madam Speaker. The most important of amendments, and that's why even in my term as majority leader, Madam Speaker, I strive never to disagree with committees, because I know at committee level, Madam Speaker, they actually do a far more thorough job than we can do here during debate and committee of the whole, because they go close by close, listen to stakeholders, Madam Speaker, interact with them, and deeply internalize these bills, Madam Speaker. Therefore, I hope that the committee that will consider this particular bill will guide us actually in taking into consideration the concerns of colleague senators in making this legislation better. With those very many remarks, Madam Speaker, I beg to reply. Madam Speaker, in accordance to Standing Order number 66-1, I beg to request that you defer the putting of this question until a later date. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Next order. Honorable members, I hereby defer the putting of the question on Order 15 to the next time when we have the quorum. Next order.
Order number 16, motion, a report of the Standing Committee on National Security, Defense and Foreign Relations on a petition to the Senate by Mr. Samuel Esapar on behalf of residents of Turkana County concerning the state of insecurity in Turkana County.
I think we can defer that order. Next order.
Order number 17, the Division of Revenue Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bills number 38 of 2024, second reading.
Majority Leader.
I beg to move that the Division of Revenue Bill, National Assembly Bill number 14 of 2024 be now read a second time. Madam Speaker, I must appreciate and note with great enthusiasm and excitement the very diligent and indefatigable Senator for Homa Bay. This fourth session of the third season of the Senate. I don't know what has happened to him, but I like... This is the Moses Kajwang that I knew of the 11th Parliament, Madam Speaker, not the one I had seen the last few months. Always present in the House up to this hour. Madam Speaker, we all know the journey of this bill. This bill was first published on the 8th of March, 2024, by the National Assembly. We debated it here, Madam Speaker, and I need not go into the history of why we find ourselves with Division of Revenue again before us. You all understand actually what happened in the country. But just for purposes of record, it's good to state, Madam Speaker, that Division of Revenue is normally prepared in line with Article 218 of our Constitution, the vertical distribution of resources between the national and the county governments, Madam Speaker. And we pass this legislation on a yearly basis, Madam Speaker, with the hope and view of ensuring that our counties are properly funded as well as the national government, Madam Speaker. The only missing link, and perhaps it's unfortunate, and if we have the numbers to do a constitutional amendment, Madam Speaker, those that love devolution must ensure that we seal this division, Madam Speaker, and ensure that there is no such way in which the national government accesses funds without counties accessing funds, Madam Speaker, actually. As we speak today, most counties are yet to receive their allocation, of course, and the justification is, oh, you haven't passed Division of Revenue and CARA because of all those issues that we are all aware of, because we all live in Kenya. But while that is the case, national government continues to function. They are able to access their funds, Madam Speaker, because the National Assembly passed the appropriations bill, and they are able actually to amend. They have actually since passed a further supplementary budget, if I'm not wrong. I suspect they have. I could be wrong, though. But the point is, I hope we can set in place a mechanism through which you ensure that in instances such as this, where for reasons beyond the control of Parliament, or sometimes even parliamentary reasons, we have stayed before, when I don't recall the exact financial year, Madam Speaker, but when we did 316 billion for 2 financial years, must have been 2017-18 and 18-19, Madam Speaker, we hoggled and fought with our colleagues from the National Assembly up to late October without agreeing. And actually, one of the delay tactics that were used, Madam Speaker, to bog down counties into submission was the fact that while the national government was operational, many of our counties were grinding to a halt. In fact, it took the governors, and I remember well that was a governor for Nairobi accompanying President Uhuru, I think somewhere in a function alongside other governors, that said, just give us what is available. We don't care for your fight. And they actually castigated Senate for holding out for too long without appreciating the suffering. You know, Madam Speaker, such are the things you have to deal with when you're dealing with governors, Madam Speaker. That sometimes it doesn't matter how nice the meal you're preparing is. If somebody is greedy, they don't have the patience to wait. They say, just have it as it is. We think it is ready. has been prepared at this particular time. Therefore, Madam Speaker, Article 202 needs fine-tuning, where revenue raised nationally is divided between, actually, equitably, between county and national government, Madam Speaker. How you divide it needs to be a conversation, and at what point you access that funds. It needs to be the same, if you ask me, between counties and national government. Specifically, this bill proposes the following. Clause 1 of the bill provides for the short title. Clause 3 of this bill contains the provisions on objects and purposes of the bill, which I have taken time to explain. Clause 4 of this bill, Madam Speaker, prescribes allocation for the national government and county governments from the revenue raised nationally for the 2024 and 2025 financial year, the current financial year, Madam Speaker. Clause 5 of the bill outlines the mechanisms for adjusting variations in revenues emanating from revenue performance during the financial year in which this bill relates to. The schedule contains the schedule of revenue raised between national government and county governments for the financial year 2024 and 2025. Madam Speaker, speaking of revenue raising measures, there was a report this week about county governments that have actually grown their own source revenue. And we must commend, because they are governors who are diligent in their work. And the same, when they do well, we must celebrate them. I think I saw Homa Bay, and I can't remember the rest of the counties. Nairobi. Madam Speaker, I'm not very familiar with the list, and this is something that we actually can discuss even further. When a county grows its own source revenue, it is testament to the fact that the governor is not dipping his or her hand into the county till at source, because that's the reality. Madam Speaker, it is a fact of nature that many of our county governors have refused to digitize their revenue systems, Madam Speaker, so that you have men and women who walk around in yellow coats and green ones in our marketplaces collecting 20 and 50 shillings from Mamamboga and Boda Boda operators, Madam Speaker. And that money never makes its way to the county revenue tills, Madam Speaker. That's why we have said, and there is a bill that is before this House, on even ensuring that the systems that are put in place are not are tamper-proof, actually. Because, Madam Speaker, Senator, I think it was Senator Cherargei or somebody who once told us of a T-junction that governors put in some of these systems, such that even when you think that they have collected electronically, there is a leak somewhere. There is a tap that you can open and it's accessible through the back channels, Madam Speaker. That's why there's a bill to ensure that you standardize digital collection of revenue at the county level, Madam Speaker, so that you grow on source and counties also learn to make do, actually, Madam Speaker, sometimes without having to rely solely on exchequer. Much as that is not, it is not possible or feasible that a county can rely on on-source revenue and survive and meet its obligation, Madam Speaker, but at least there needs to be, Madam Speaker, a deliberate effort by our county governors, Madam Speaker, to grow actually their own source revenue and find it as a means of running services in their county, Madam Speaker. In conclusion, I wish to state that the Division of Revenue Bill plays a crucial role in ensuring distribution of financial resources between national and county governments, therefore promoting economic development. I urge honorable senators to consider and pass this bill. Of course, I am very much aware that the committee will be leading us through the amendment stage. I know the figure that has now been proposed is 380 billion. I hold a completely different view. However, because in my moving notes, Madam Speaker, I don't want to dwell deep on the figures. I would leave it to the committee members, actually, to give us the justification about what figure they are proposing and why. Of course, alive to the fact that as a country, we are still in deep financial woes. Kenyans have told us, Madam Speaker, that there are savings that can be made without making additional demand on taxation. I believe that that is true. Madam Speaker, I have spoken of the need to make sure that we run a more lean government, Madam Speaker, so that we don't end up collecting and paying only a handful of civil servants at the expense of millions others, Madam Speaker, who are jobless and hopeless. Madam Speaker, therefore, with those many remarks, I wish to move and request a member of the committee, the Senator for Migori, Senator Eddie Okech, actually to second and do justice to this bill by speaking more to it. I thank you, Madam
Senator
Speaker.
Eddy.
You mean walk? Senator Majority Leader, thank you so much for the honor to second this bill, because it's a very tough conversation. And it's tough because I know you are my senior, you've been in this house longer together with Senator Boni Alwale, who have been in this parliamentary precinct a little bit longer, and therefore keen to any other issues of ranks, and seniority. You'll appreciate and acknowledge the fact that this will be the first time, if I'm not wrong, that we are attempting to amend DORA. Initially, it used to be that DORA used to include conditional allocations, to the extent that the amendment that happened on DORA in 2018 was actually not substantive to the issue of equitable share. And that amendment happened because at 2018, there were more available funds at that time to be able to add to the conditional allocation Majority Leader, and therefore, it was amended without actually talking about the equitable share. But equitable share, we have never had a situation that arose in this country to the extent that required amendment of DORA to be able to touch on equitable share. And the reason is backed, and actually this is true even the time of COVID that Senator Cherargei talked about. I think that during the time of COVID, there were bigger shocks, that those shocks could have necessitated the amendment of DORA, which did not happen. And I don't think that the shocks now are bigger than that time. But the point is this, as a matter of principle, fellow senators, the framers of the Constitution would have actually expressly indicated in the Constitution that in terms of shortfall of a revenue, then the national government should bear the entire shortfall. And the reason for that is that counties don't have the luxury to be able to actually raise their own resources by floating bonds or any other means of raising money like the national government does. Although the framers of the Constitution did not put this in the Constitution, there is the spirit of that in the Constitution, which technically could have made Parliament functus officio, meaning that we should not touch DORA by any means possible. And this is found in, number 1, Article 175 of the Constitution. If you read Article 175 of the Constitution, it talks about the principles of devolved government. And it says, under B, that county government shall have reliable sources of revenue to enable them to govern and deliver services effectively. The thought is furthered in Article 203 of the Constitution, which I'll also refer to, 203J. It says, the desirability of stable and predictable allocation of revenue must be considered when equitable share and other financial laws come to law. Why am I referring to these two fundamental articles? It's because despite recognizing, as the Senator for Kericho has indicated very well, that we are in very hard financial times, despite recognizing the fact that there is some serious economic hardship that we are facing as a country that has necessitated this conversation around fiscal consolidation, the money that was given to counties should remain as it was. And I want to put it directly as such. Yes, I do support this bill because there are some subsequent clauses that I'm going to touch on, and a number of figures I'm going to touch on. But, Madam Speaker, if you look critically on what the bill is proposing, number 1 issue that I think that we need to address very fast, and the majority will perhaps agree with some of my observations, which I also think reflects the observation of the committee, is that the bill proposes under clause 3 that we delete section 5 of DORA that is being amended. And that section 5, deleting it basically means that whenever we are going to have shortfalls within this year, then the Treasury basically can be able to just choose to arbitrarily look at whatever figures that they revise with regards to county governments without coming to Parliament. Madam Speaker, if you read Article 94 of the Constitution, all legislative powers lies with government, with Parliament. If we allow Clause 3 to pass in this bill as is, and by the way, that clause has got two parts. Number one, it requires that in case of shortfall in revenue, then both the national and county governments will bear the shortfall. That is the first function of that, which as a committee, and personally as a senator for Migori, I'll dispute that, because if we don't dispute that clause, then it means that at any given time when there is shortfall, we don't have our hand in terms of looking at that shortfall as Parliament, and specifically also as Senate. But Part B of that clause, Madam Speaker, is also proposing that in case of that shortfall, the county government will bear not more than 15% of that shortfall. Madam Speaker, this is very dangerous. Reason being, with that calculus, you can easily go ahead and deny counties so much money. Let me give you, for example, the shortfall we are talking about here is about 346 billion. This 346 billion, the Treasury and even the bill from the National Assembly that we are considering here has indicated that we need counties to reduce their budgets by 20 billion. That 20 billion is actually 6% of the current shortfall that we're talking about. Meaning that even in that conversation alone, we haven't reached 15%, yet counties will have lost money that is even lower than what counties received in 2023, 2024. Now you can imagine if we expressly pass a bill that then expressly indicates that in case of any shortfall, then counties will get to partake in that shortfall up to 15%. That will mean that we can end up reducing the money for counties than even previous years 3 times back. So we cannot allow that clause to pass, and therefore, in supporting this bill, I would say that we support it with the deletion of clause 3 of the bill. Number 2, Madam Speaker, there is indication that in the revenue, in the shareable revenue, there needs to be about. I'm second.
What's your point of order, Senator Kajwang?
Madam Speaker, I'm confused with the sentiments of Senator who's seconding the motion, because he's saying we support, but we delete clause 3. And yet clause 3 is the heart of this amendment. It is the door that is being opened to allow this amendment and downward revision, because the argument is that there's going to be a revenue shortfall. So the minute we delete clause 3, we do not have an amendment bill. So I'm just wondering whether the seconder is supporting or opposing. And I would be very happy for him to say that he opposes, so that this matter dies at this point in time, because it's a very bad bill. Senator for Migori, you have the option of just opposing, then it dies. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Speaker, I'm surprised that a very senior member of the Senate like Senator Kajwang will be confused at this very important conversation, because Mr. Speaker, the most important clause of the bill is actually clause number 4. Are we talking about the same bill? Because the most important part of the clause, Mr. Speaker, is clause number 4, and that clause number 4 is the one that proposes different numbers to be looked into. For instance, clause number 4 proposes the schedule that we should be able to look at. But I was saying that I started my conversation by looking at clause number 3 first, because clause number 3 proposes a principle going forward. And that principle, I'm saying I don't support it in its entirety, so that even though I support the bill, because definitely we need to look at some adjustments in the figures, but I am saying that the amendment that must come is a complete deletion of clause number 3, which I think is in order. It kills the principle, and that principle is what I'm saying, that we must be able to reject that principle. The principle is this. The principle that is being proposed is that we delete section 5 of the existing DORA. And that section 5 of the existing DORA says that in terms or in case of shortfall in national revenue, Senator Kajwang, in case of shortfall in national revenue, the national government shall be able to take the entire amount. But what is being proposed in the current clause is that there needs to be a share between national government and county governments. And that is a principle that we are rejecting as a committee and also personally, because what that will do, it will put us at a very serious risk that as a house, we will never be able to participate in any conversations of DORA going forward in case of shortfall. And I hope that Senator Kajwang is now not confused. But Senator Kajwang, I think that through the chair, of course, I'm not addressing Senator Kajwang, I'm addressing the chair. Chair, the speaker, in clause number 4, we as a committee feel very strongly that the numbers that we must go with is, first of all, the total shareable revenue definitely must be revised downwards so that we reduce burden on Kenyans. And that downward number, Mr. Speaker, is 2.6 trillion that we are proposing that we go with. And I think that is in tandem with what the Treasury had adjusted to. So 2.631 trillion is what we'll propose. Then number 2, we believe that the national government share out of that should be 2.223 trillion, which then would mean that in that schedule, we must maintain the county government share at 400.1 billion. And I'll justify why this is important as I finish the schedule, because on the schedule also we propose that the equalization fund remains at 8 billion. Now, for the purposes of people like my good friend, the Senator of Homa Bay, why we are insisting on this 400.1 billion is simply because when we passed DORA 2024-2025, Mr. Speaker, we went through a mediation. And the reason why it was very difficult to make any adjustments downwards on this particular DORA conversation is because at the time that we passed DORA, all the monies that we could possibly argue about that were going to counties, all those monies were non-discretionary amounts. Mr. Speaker, the county governments would close, literally, if you take a shilling out of that 400 billion. For instance, Mr. Speaker, when we went to mediation, there was no possible way of removing 4 billion out of the housing levy deductions. These are deductions that are going on in all counties, required as statutory by law, that counties must pay. So if you touch that 4 billion, you do not get any money that counties will rely on. Mr. Speaker, there was also 3 billion that computed into this 400 billion, 0.1, that the 3 billion was going to new National Social Security Fund enhanced contributions. Again, another statutory deduction that there's just any wiggle room around it. Mr. Speaker, the county government were also committed into CAIPS, the County Aggregation and Industrial Parks, with a tune of 11.75 billion. Mr. Speaker, there are contractors, there are contracts that have already been signed, committed to by counties. That means that even if you were to take the 18 counties of the ongoing projects and then reduce that amount by 7.25 billion, you would still need over 3.2 billion for you to continue to help these counties go on, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, there was also community health promoters that we negotiated for 3.235 billion that have to be paid in the counties, Mr. Speaker. We also have the CBA implementation that took about 5.8 billion, Mr. Speaker. Notwithstanding the increment of and adjustments of salaries based on inflation that is going on in the entire country that also the counties are subjected to. So, Mr. Speaker, if you try in any way to remove a shilling out of the 400 billion, you are basically touching on non-discretionary resources of counties, which won't make it possible for the counties to do any operation. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, while we support the DORA amendment to the extent that it touches on reduction of the total shareable revenue to 2.631 trillion, we do object any reduction of the shareable amount to county governments, and we also do reject any addition of the clause that has been put there, clause number 3, that I hope that the Senate will stand with us and be able to delete it completely from the bill, so that we can always allow for revision of any shortfall to be brought into this House for conversation. With those many remarks, Mr. Speaker, I wish to support the bill with the amendments that we have proposed in looking at the schedule in clause 4 on the total shareable revenue, national government share and county government share, and also on the deletion of clause number 3 of the bill. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Eddy. Senator Samson Cherargei. Sorry, honorable members. Now, honorable senators, I now propose the question that the Division of Revenue Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bills number 38 of 2024, be now read a second time. Honorable senators, I will. What's your point of order, Senator Manzo?
Mr. Speaker, I would like to raise under Order 41, Mr. Speaker, on quorum. Mr. Speaker, this matter is so grave and so important for every single county. It has to proceed when there is full quorum of the House. I have applied under 41, and the quorum should be 15, under 39, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, order members, order members. Yes, I've confirmed that we do not have quorum as at now. Sergeant at Arms, could you please ring the quorum bell for 10 minutes? Ring the quorum bell for 10 minutes. Honorable members. Order, honorable members. Senator Tabitha. Senator Tabitha. Senator Tabitha Mutinda. Members, order members. Senator Manzo. Senator Tabitha. Senator Tabitha. Order, honorable members. The House is still in session. Majority Leader, you're actually the one who is out of order. Senator Kajwang, take your seat. Honorable members, Senator Kajwang and the Majority Leader. Senator Kajwang. Senator Kajwang and the Majority Leader. Senator Kajwang, Majority Leader, Majority Leader. Senator Aaron Cheruyot, kindly take your seat. Kindly take your seat. Senator Cherarkei Samson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. Madam Speaker, I want to thank members for running to our refuge immediately. Madam Speaker, but Mr. Speaker, sorry. Mr. Speaker, I want, while I rise to oppose this amendment, Mr. Speaker, I would request that that we proceed with the matters of the House. I think I agree this is a very important bill, in fact, for all of us, under Article 210. Mr. Speaker, I rise to oppose any reduction to counties. Because when you look at 380 billion, there were 2 financial years, and I think the mover said where we had 316 billion. Even in the last financial year, which is 2023-2024, counties got through shareable revenue 385 billion, Mr. Speaker, sir. So in fact, I remember 401 billion, which before this amendment came, was out of mediation as per Article 113 of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, I had expected the Finance and Budget Committee to come and give us the report what they have considered. But I'm happy the mover has indicated that let's allow the committee to come up with proper numbers. But I think 401 billion is the minimum we took for counties as a protected through mediation process, Mr. Speaker. While we appreciate that counties still struggle, they cannot account for money. We don't see developments, Mr. Speaker. We don't see functionality of counties. While we are agreeing that the best thing that has ever happened to this country is devolution, Mr. Speaker, sir. So on this aspect of reduction of money going to counties, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that I object and agree that let us retain 401 billion to go to counties. In fact, my proposal is very simple, and I'm happy members of Finance and Budget are here. We need to scrap off money that is meant for CDF, because the CDF kitty, which was increased per county, Mr. Speaker, sir, is unconstitutional. Even that matter is still in Supreme Court, Mr. Speaker. So even we should not look far. We should just take money that was being allocated to an illegal entity called CDF, take that money, give it to counties. In any case, CDF almost has similar functions of counties, Mr. Speaker, sir. Because as we talk, the construction of classrooms, ECDs are being constructed by counties. The issue of construction of police stations, those are things that the national government can do, Mr. Speaker. So I propose, we don't need to get money from anywhere. Let us scrap CDF, take the money that was allocated to CDF. If there is any money that needs to be cut off, is the CDF, so that the money going to counties cannot be touched, Mr. Speaker. Even on the issue of bursaries, we have agreed, and I don't see the need, even the justification, Mr. Speaker, sir. You saw the Speaker of the National Assembly proposing that we amalgamate the bursaries. There is already a proposal within Parliament to bring bursaries into one basket. So I don't see any justification why we should still allocate money to CDF through bursaries that they give out through CDF. Yet as a country, we have agreed that let us put all money that was in bursary from national government affirmative action, CDF, from the Ministry of Education. Let us put it in one basket, make education free, allow each and every Kenyan child to walk into school without necessarily the bureaucratic process of obtaining bursary funds, Mr. Speaker, sir. It is sad that we want to ask control our budget. There is still unclear how control our budget approves payments to counties. Mr. Speaker, can you believe it is all the counties have a pending bill of almost 120 billion Kenya shillings, Mr. Speaker, sir. And we have a problem with voiding of payments, where when counties apply, they apply with company Y, but when they get approval of payments, they pay company X through voiding of payments process, Mr. Speaker. We want to ask control of budget that if there is any legislative intervention, say that when counties apply to pay companies, Mr. Speaker, sir, and I wish my chair of public accounts was listening, is that there is a dark valley between in the issue of voiding of payments, Mr. Speaker. And I'm happy the Finance and Budget Committee are here. They need to assist the control of budget. You might find in Kakamega County, Senator Boni, through the chair, they want to pay company Y. But after release of funds by control of budget, they pay company Z because of closeness to the governor or powers be within, even in Bomet and other countries, Mr. Speaker. So we must confront the issue of pending bills, Mr. Speaker. There are many people in our counties who are diabetic, who have pressure, because 5, 6 years, 10 years down the line, from 2013, they have not been paid their pending bills. We must agree as a country that there is a lacuna in law, especially on issues of voiding of payments in the country. So when you look at counties being owing pending bill of 120 billion, Mr. Speaker, sir, it makes some of us sad. Because counties were supposed to create opportunities to most of our businesses in Kapsabet Town, in Wote, in Homa Bay, in Migori, in Turkana, Mr. Speaker. And that is why even when we went to Turkana as public accounts, we found more than 110 billion could not be accounted for. And that is why the public accounts declared Turkana County a crime scene, Mr. Speaker. Even on the issue of subsidized fertilizer in Kakamega County, it is shrouded in secrecy. And I've seen the Senator Boni Khalwale the astronomical and ranking member of this House, trying to raise an issue of fertilizer, Mr. Speaker, where people were being told in Kakamega is subsidized, yet the county was selling to them and misappropriating funds, Mr. Speaker. So this issue of pending bills, we must agree how to handle, Mr. Speaker. Number 4, Mr. Speaker, on the shared functions. Mr. Speaker, you are aware industrial parks were being set, where counties were supposed to give 250 million. We don't know if you reduce these amounts, where will the counties get 250 million to put in industrial parks? Mr. Speaker, another function was community health volunteers, CHVs. If you touch this money going to counties, where will you get money to pay for CHVs? Those are shared functions between national and county governments. Mr. Speaker, even on the issue of subsidized fertilizer, we had pushed, like for example, for us who come from farmers, predominantly farmers, we wanted to have a subsidized fertilizer program in terms of last mile distribution of fertilizer. Mr. Speaker, these are shared functions between national and county government. Today in the afternoon, Mr. Speaker, we were discussing on the establishment of disaster management authority across the country, the bill that just came from the National Assembly, Mr. Speaker. In that aspect, we have not in any way. Mr. Speaker, it is sweet and sour. For us who have problems, so now, for example, in Nandi, there are no developments. You heard the other day, I've been saying Nandi is the headquarters of corruption. I've been vindicated. The other day, the payroll of the county was saying there were 1,800 ghost workers. Some of them were siblings to the governor. Others were campaign soloists for him. Others were radio callers, Mr. Speaker, who hero worship cultism of the governor in Nandi, Mr. Speaker. Others were what we call court chesters and political brokers that appear that have never stepped on the duty stations of any of those. Even one of the lead soloists of his song was never vetted as a chief officer of education, but he was earning money, yet he was not a chief officer, Mr. Speaker. Even the radio callers who have been insulting Senator Cherargei for 24 hours, I didn't know they were on payroll of the county until it was exposed the other day. They hero worship the governor, and if the senator is questioning the governor on development in Nandi, you bash them the whole in the morning show of famous radio stations, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if you have worked in a Chinese restaurant, there is a food called sweet and sour. While I want money to go to Nandi, I also feel sad that that money might not do the intended functions in Nandi County. Every senator here, including yourself from Bomet, Mr. Speaker, we want money to go to Mashinani, but we cannot see. By the way, Mr. Speaker, there is a song that says, when you look outside the window, that is a reggae song, there is nothing to smile about in our counties. As we saw Kapsabet County Referral Hospital, you cannot find even Panadol, Mr. Speaker, in Kapsabet County Referral Hospital. And that is why when you are in Kapsabet town, don't think you are doing well in terms of business. There are so many chemists and pharmacists, Mr. Speaker, because there are no drugs in Kapsabet County Referral Hospital. Go to Setek, go to Maraba, go to Kobucha, Kaptumo, go to Chepterwai, come to Mosoria, go to all these health centers, Mr. Speaker. Even in Kapkangani, Mr. Speaker, there are no drugs. Yet we fight here. You can see the Senate, Senator Kajwang, and the majority leader. Everybody is animated here, wants resources to go to Makweni. But do we see value for the money that we are pushing for, Mr. Speaker? And that is why I always feel that there are two institutions that have let us down, Mr. Speaker, as I come to winding up. Is the EACC. Because, for example, Mr. Speaker, before 2020, 2021, and around 2019, there was what we call ECD cement scandal in Nandi, where there were allegations that some senior officials had participated in distributing and stealing cement, and we reported to EACC. Up to now, no one has been charged, Mr. Speaker. As we talk today, even on this expose and mega scandal of ghost workers, no one has been charged. And by the time you give somebody appointment letter, Senator Manso, and he knows this under labor relations laws, and you as a senior counsel in this country, there are minutes, there is interview, there is advertisement, they is enrolled to IPPD, Mr. Speaker. But you wake up one day and give the employee that you have terminated their services and accuse them of having irregular appointment letters. Yet you are the one who gave them those appointment letters, Mr. Speaker. That is the strategy that we are seeing in this county, Mr. And that is why I'm saying it's sweet and sour. Because we want money to go to counties, I am passionate that even Nandi should get even 20 billion per year through finance. Because I want to see maendeleo in Mashinani, Mr. Speaker. But that money goes to enrich a few county elites, Mr. Speaker. People who are becoming overnight millionaires. And that is why we are creating 47 billionaires across counties, Mr. Speaker. Because the money we allocate here, we fight hard. And you have heard, Mr. Speaker, whenever you go to Mashinani, the governor will always don't even recognize the effort of Senator Khalwale. Despite fighting that money should be, more money should be allocated to Kakamega County, for example, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to challenge the EACC and DCI, and also COB, control our budget. Let us ensure the money. Mr. Speaker, you know, you and me know, the economy is not doing very well. Kenyans do not have money. We want taxes. The other day you saw the Finance Bill 2024 collapsed when GNZ decided to visit the House, Mr. Speaker. And I can see on table of clerks a number of GNCs. Mr. Speaker, when they visited and came to the Parliament, is because of the taxation finance bill, Mr. Speaker. That is the challenge that we face as a country. We cannot sit with the challenges of taxation. And I'm happy, CS Mbadi, Mr. Speaker, said the other day that the VAT will come down from 16% to 14%. Even on payee, the taxes that are meant. I don't know whether he consulted Senator Kajwang, because the son of Subanese was telling us VAT will drop from 16% to 14%. But I was shocked yesterday when Senator Kajwang, through you, Chair, demanded that we give him back to Mbadi. Yet the Subanese is trying to work hard in ensuring that he fixes the economy, Mr. Speaker, through the broad-based, Mr. Speaker. So I must admit, and I want to challenge the Finance and Budget Committee, and I can see a number of members, 3 of them, Mr. Speaker. Kindly, please, Mr. Speaker, maintain 401 billion. I have not seen your report. If you have maintained, you will be the heroes of devolution. We must defend devolution with blood and sweat. Let us cut flowers, newspapers, mandasi and chai to government offices, but not cut money that goes to counties, Mr. Speaker. Let us cut the foreign travels that we undertake, Mr. Speaker. For example, my county, the governor in the financial year, and this is control of budget report, the governor of Nandi spent 310 million in calavanting and perambulating and sightseeing through foreign and international, Mr. Speaker, travel across the world. In fact, one of them, he was attending a meeting of roads, tarmac roads in China, and I was wondering, tarmacking of roads, even counties do not have the capacity to tarmac, but he was able to attend, Mr. Speaker, in China. I was wondering, what do you go to do in China on the issues? People are discussing bitumen standards, issue of tarmacking roads, but when you see at the COB, Mr. Speaker, my governor was well-dressed attending. But he hasn't even tarmac, even have an inch of tarmac after coming back from China, Mr. Speaker. I saw another one, he went to visit to receive an award. An award that is not, I tried to Google that award, it doesn't exist, Mr. Speaker. So this calavanting, perambulating, sightseeing, Mr. Speaker, or tourist-like habit by the governors, and it is very disappointing. In fact, here in Nairobi, they were leading, I think, with 1 billion in foreign travel alone. I think 2 counties were leading. Almost 20 billion, Mr. Speaker, are used by counties for foreign travel and domestic travel. And you wonder where they are going? Some governors are visiting Jerusalem. They want to see where Jesus walked in Jerusalem, Mr. Speaker. I want to ask those governors who calavant and perambulate to go and see where Jesus was born. Let Jesus be born in our hearts if you are a Christian. That's the only way. And if you want to see whether Jesus is walking, fix the road in your neighborhood. Make sure there are drugs in your neighborhood. Make sure there are passable roads in Migori. Make sure there are bursary to the children that not go. Make sure there are ECD, Mr. Speaker. That is when you can say Jesus has been born in your heart, Mr. Speaker. But going all the way to Israel to see agriculture, yet Israel is a desert. You are living a rain-fed economy, rain-fed agriculture in Migori, and go and see in Israel, Mr. Speaker. I was shocked by the COB report on the foreign travel and local travel, Mr. Speaker. I must ask, and that is why as a parliament, and I want to ask finance and budget, increase the resources for our committees so that we visit these projects and expose for who they are. We went to Isiolo, Mr. Speaker. The headquarters are stalled, Mr. Speaker. In Kapsabet, newborn mother and baby are stalled. Kabie dairies are stalled. Kobujai Hospital, where the governor's home, where he comes from, Governor Sang, 100 meters, Kobujai Hospital is stalled. God forbid if he gets sick. Where will he get the medication? Yet it is nerealist. You go to Kapsangere. When will the helicopter arrive to ferry you away? You must need first aid. The doctor, Senator Kalwale, will tell you that you need Kapsangere, Mr. Speaker. Maraba, you will come here at Nandi Sub-County Hospital, Mr. Speaker. The only thing that has been fixed by the governor is a mortuary in Nandi Sub-County Hospital. So he has decided that he cannot treat us. He has decided that we go and meet the maker. That is the bad manners, Mr. Speaker, with all due respect, that we see counties. And that is why even today, as we support that more money should go to counties as by the advice of the committee, Wananchi will ask us over the weekend that why are you pushing for more money to come to counties into Ikulwe? Now, Waligula, they will tell you, you push for money, Mr. Speaker, sorry for using, I know I'm violating the standing orders. They will go and ask you, Senator Boni, why Senator Lomenen, why are you pushing for more funds? Na hiyo kazi haionekani mashinani, Mr. Speaker. That is the question we are always asked as senators. What are you doing, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, I want to assure the public, because this is the question. Many people are asking, like in Bomet, Senator, you have said so and so has been misappropriated funds. But the far we can go is to recommend. We don't have power to prosecute nor arrest. By the way, if I had power of prosecuting and arresting, I would have arrested Governor Sang long time ago. But the law does not allow. The much we can do is to recommend to EACC, to DCI, just like any other. So I want to ask the public to understand us. Unless we amend the Constitution and give Senate powers to prosecute, to arrest, and to jail, I can tell you we'll jail them for who they are, Mr. Speaker. So I want to appeal, even as we, and in fact, the issue of wage bill in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, is becoming a monster. There are counties that have 60%. But when you look at these people who have been hired, Mr. Speaker, some of them are chair carriers of the governor. Some of them carry VIP toilets for the governor, Mr. Speaker. And where you are taking VIP toilet and carrying the seats, people do not have a toilet. Like in Mosoria Township, there are no public toilets. You find our women sit the whole day without using washrooms, Mr. Speaker. And those affects the sanitary facilities. For us who come from North Rift and even South Rift, we are people of sports. When you look at Nandi Stadium, it is in pathetic state. Because Nandi is rainy, when you walk to Nandi Stadium, it is always flooded. Our young men cannot run in the morning. You go to Kipchoge Stadium, Mr. Speaker. And that is the point. I will object any cutting down of resources going to counties, Mr. Speaker. Let us maintain and for 1 billion, Mr. Speaker, so that our counties can get enough resources. I support with amendments. If
Senator Cherargei, your time is up. Time is up. Senator Moses Kajwang.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to oppose this amendment. And I oppose it, having had the privilege of getting an explanation from Senator Eddie Okech, who's a member of the Finance Committee, and how I wish this House would have benefited from the report of the Finance Committee. We had a little bit of a heated exchange with the Leader of Majority not too long ago, and I insisted, the Leader of Majority informed me that the Finance Committee intends to retain the 401 billion which this House appropriated to county governments. And if that is the intention, then this amendment is what you'd call in law otiose. It is unnecessary. We don't even need to be processing it. And I wish that report was here, because I told the Leader of Majority that I cannot trust intentions. I can only trust action. I can only trust a report that has been tabled before the House. But if indeed it's true, as the seconder of this motion has convinced me and has demonstrated, that it is the position of the Finance Committee that the 401 billion that was allocated to county governments through a mediated process is a situation that will obtain, then let us not waste the time of the Senate going through this debate. Mr. Speaker, Article 96 obliges the Senate to represent and protect the interests of counties and their governments. That is our primary duty. Mr. Speaker, this morning, Senator Mum and I had the privilege of joining the Devolution Donor Working Group. And we were reflecting on the public finance management space in this country. We were reflecting on additional grants, which has become a problem. And we are also reflecting on how to make effective transfers to county governments. This Senate has been called upon at critical junctures. Those of us who have been here from the 11th Parliament, 12th, and now the 13th. In the 11th Parliament, Senator Boni Khalwale led a march to the office of the Inspector General of Police to demand the arrest of governors who had refused to submit themselves to the Senate. This Senate went to the Supreme Court to seek an advisory on the role of Senate in the division of revenue. And this gave rise to groundbreaking jurisprudence that restored the right and the obligation that the division of revenue must be processed by the Senate. Because when devolution started, some people thought that dividing revenue would be a National Assembly responsibility and allocating revenue would be a Senate responsibility. Mr. Speaker, in the 12th Parliament, some of the senators present, and perhaps not many of them are here at this point in time, we marched to the High Court in Milimani. We were led by the late Senator Haji. We were led by Senator Amos Wako. We were led by Senator Gideon Moi. We were led by the senators, some of whom had never tasted tear gas in their lives. On that day, they decided, as they say, kama mbaya mbaya. If we are going to face tear gas on the street on our march to the High Court, so be it. We went there. We were able to secure precedent and ground-shaking precedent that developed the jurisprudence when it came to intergovernmental relations, and it led to the collapse of a number of bills that had been processed without concurrence of the Speaker of the Senate. Mr. Speaker, this House should never preside over a session where the allocation of resources to counties is being reduced for reasons that counties have nothing to do with. And I say so because the basis of allocation and the basis of sharing is not the revenue that was supposed to have been collected in this financial year. I know Senator Okech has been trying to convince me, and I disagree with him. The Constitution says that revenue should be divided on the basis of the most recent audited accounts as adopted by the National Assembly. To that extent, it is the 2021-2022 revenues. In the financial year 2022-2023, revenue grew. We cannot then confuse ourselves with a drop of revenue in the financial year 2024-2025. We shall deal with it when we get to it. We shall apply a revenue growth factor on the 2023-2024 revenues on the day the National Assembly shall process and adopt the financial statements for 2023-2024. And so, even changing the basis, the shareable revenue, to me is a matter that we cannot accept because the revenues have already been audited and adopted, and there was an actual growth in the financial year 2022-2023, of which we must share. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, the High Courts have ruled on the matter of national interest. Whenever we set out to divide revenue, we first deduct some billions and call it national interest. Many a times, And when I joined this Senate, I think I must have had the senator for Kakamega back then. We used to have debates on national interest. And I would follow the debate and try to ask myself, what is this national interest that must first be deducted before revenues are divided? And you would find National Youth Service was part of the national interest. It ended up becoming one of the biggest corruption scandals in this country. You'd find functions that should be devolved being deducted up there as national interest or national government programs. When you look at it carefully, you might find housing is part of national interest. NYS is part of national interest. Police reforms is part of national interest. Housing for police, those are functions of the national government. And the expenditure should come from the share of the national government, because we don't have another level of government called national interest. We have national and county governments. Mr. Speaker, I will object even to the proposed amendment, as Senator Eddy has explained to me, that the Finance Committee has agreed to revise the shareable revenue from the figure that we had approved, but has objected to revising the disbursement to county governments. I mean, you either reject it all or accept it all. Mr. Speaker, there is also the principle on who bears the shortfall in revenue. For the last 10 years of devolution, we have had that provision in DORA that any revenue shortfall shall be borne by the national government, which means that any bonus in revenue collection is enjoyed by the national government. For the last 10 years, the national government has enjoyed the bonus without passing it down to county governments. If there's going to be 1 year of shortfall of revenue, why then should county governments take the haircut when the national government has failed to share the bonus and largesse over the last 10 years? And many a times when you look at this DORA, we talk of a revenue growth factor. Again, in the earlier days, whenever I used to debate DORA, members here used to scrutinize the revenue growth factor. And they would come here with statistics. They would come here with data to challenge the figures and projections that were coming from the National Treasury. The principle in Clause 3 is extremely faulty, and we should never accept it. We should never accept it because, unlike county governments, the national government has the opportunity to go to the markets to look for additional finances. The president can take a trip to China and sign bilateral agreements and deals and arrangements and come back with 300 billion Kenya shillings. County governments cannot do that. In fact, the County Government Additional Allocations Act is so restrictive, and we're having that discussion with the Devolution Donor Working Group, that we have put it in such a way that once you pass the County Government Additional Allocations Act, it cannot be amended in the course of the financial year. It is my view, Mr. Speaker, that any act of parliament can be amended. But what we should take as a position of principle as the Senate is that an amendment should never leave any entity worse off. An amendment should lead to incremental improvements in the monies that go to counties and in the services that counties offer. Mr. Speaker, I oppose because the bill as is before us is proposing a reduction to 380 billion. This Senate, through the Finance Committee, which we gave the responsibility to carry out public participation, advised us that the right allocation to county governments ought to be 415.9 billion Kenya shillings. All of us across the aisle, it was a unilateral agreement that counties need 415.9 billion, and reasons were given. Mr. Speaker, the reasons included the non-discretionary expenditure that Senator Eddy Oketch has talked about. That non-discretionary expenditure amounts to 30 billion. When the two houses went into mediation, Senator Khalwale and I were part of the mediation committee. Mr. Speaker, we put up a strong fight. We insisted on the 415 billion, but we were convinced that fiscal consolidation and other big English will not allow that money to be realized. We settled on 401 billion. That did not take away the discretionary expenditure. We even proposed that the amounts of money that had been allocated to county aggregation and industrial parks could be scrapped for the counties that had not started. But we are told that is a presidential initiative that cannot be touched. What we are ending up with are 47 aggregation and industrial parks that will just be highly exalted warehouses costing 500 million Kenya shillings without nothing productive going on inside. Mr. Speaker, aggregation and industrial parks, you must look at the value chain. It is not just putting up a building. On one model, on one bills of quantities that have been done in Nairobi, you are telling Tharaka Nithi, build a county aggregation and industrial park, the size and scale equivalent to a Singishu. Mr. Speaker, it cannot be practical. If we are going to talk about reduction, we must also identify the expenditure areas that we should not go into. And for that reason, we agreed in mediation to go for 400 billion. If we are now talking that counties should get 380 billion, then counties are going to shut down. Mr. Speaker, the allocation in the prior financial year was 384 billion. The National Treasury tried to be clever. The National Assembly tried to be clever by saying that out of the 384 billion, there was an amount that was earmarked for road maintenance levy so that it should be deducted from the baseline. That is conmanship, Mr. Speaker. There is no way that this Senate, looking at its constitutional mandate under Article 96, can preside over and can tolerate an amendment bill that wants to reduce the allocation to 380 billion when the prior year was 384 million and when our original proposal was 415.9 billion. I oppose this amendment. And Mr. Speaker, if the report was here, and if the report was saying that we are only deleting clause 3, and that we are only amending the row on shareable revenue and national government share of that, and we are retaining the equalization fund, and we are retaining the county equitable share to what was in the bill as originally passed, then this amendment is not a very useful one. Mr.
Senator
Speaker.
Kajwang, would you like to be informed by Senator Eddy?
Yes, since he's in the Finance Committee.
Very well, Senator Eddy.
Chair, you know, I take Senator Kajwang very seriously because Senator Kajwang is the chair of PAC, and therefore he has helped to stabilize counties in terms of just reviewing what's going on in the county, and therefore I want to allay his fear that there is any mischief by the Finance Committee of not tabling the report. I want to assure this House that today in the morning, we spent over 2 hours in the Finance Committee finalizing on the report for which has informed my seconding of the motion, and that report was signed by committee members who are available, and therefore it has been dispatched. I think that maybe this bill came a little bit earlier today than perhaps was expected, just before the report, but the report is certainly was commissioned by the committee and should be in this House, I believe, in the next session. So I just want to remove that fear that the report indeed was signed and I sit in that committee and we signed it and it's available.
Proceed to conclude, Senator.
I thank Senator Eddie Okech. If that report was here, it would have saved me the heated exchange with the majority leader, because I said that I cannot trust intention. I can only trust what has been tabled and put before the House. And we do hope that those intentions will be pure. They will be more pure than scheduling this debate at 5 p.m. on a Thursday when the House is in low season. Mr. Speaker, this is a debate that cannot end today and should not end today. It is a debate that every member of this House needs to lend their voices to, because any adjustment in the amounts of money allocated to county governments will result in a downward adjustment on the amounts of money that are allocated to those counties. Mr. Speaker, we may not like the people who have been elected to run our counties. We may not like their style. We may not like their ethics. We may not like their integrity. But we must love the people who are in those counties. When we allocate this money, it is not for the governor and their cheerleaders and the CCs and all those other people who make life a living hell in county governments. It is supposed to be for the people. And the Senate must stand up to say that when money was being shared between the national government and its wasteful habits, we stood up to send more money to county governments so that water can be provided, health can be provided, roads can be built, houses can be provided, and markets can be built. Mr. Speaker, I was extremely embarrassed recently when I had the opportunity for the first time to sit with President Ruto in a room when he visited my region. And when it came to what leaders were asking for from the national government, you would find those who already have a responsibility and a budget to deliver devolved services were still asking the president for houses, asking the president for markets, asking the president for water, asking the president for roads. And yet this Senate works very hard. We are here up to this time to send 400 billion so that roads can be built, markets can be built, so that water can be provided, and hospitals can be built. But let us not despair. Those bad habits, sometimes they run for 5 years. I know Senator Murango has waited longer than many of us. But as sure as dawn, as sure as dawn, it will come. And sometimes it appears darkest when it's close to dawn. We, as members of the committees that you have entrusted to ensure that there's proper accountability for those resources, we must step up our game. We must do more. We must see with the DPP and with the judiciary to ensure that those who are caught with their fingers in the till, action is taken against them. Mr. Speaker, I was happy to read the cabinet dispatch from the cabinet meeting of this week. And one of the first action items that the cabinet made a resolution on was to strengthen governance, and I saw that they were going to bring an omnibus bill talking of governance laws. I hope that's going to tighten the loopholes that many of these corrupt people have been going through. Mr. Speaker, the guy who attempted to shoot Donald Trump at a golf course in Florida was arrested that afternoon and taken to court the following day. And proceedings are going on, and the sentence would be, and judgment would be rendered quickly. Why does it take 5 years for us to investigate corruption cases? What is it that the prosecutors are hoping will happen? Is it a tree they're hoping will grow so that they go and demonstrate to the judge that the tree has grown? We must ask ourselves, what is it that makes it take so long? Mr. Speaker, a very sad story that Senator Muma brought here of a girl who was defiled in 2021, and that the charges are still on, prosecution is still doing this, and judgment has not been entered. If there was assault, defilement of a 13-year-old, what other evidence does the prosecutor hope will come for that matter to be closed? We must style up, and I hope that those governance laws that the cabinet is talking about will address some of those loopholes so that matters to do with economic crimes, and my legal team in the Public Accounts Committee helped me to understand what economic crimes are all about. Economic crimes are those matters to do with pilferage or loss from public funds. And that is the responsibility of the EACC. The EACC has let us down in a major way because they've told us stories that cases of 20 million sometimes are too small for their investigation. But what if someone stole 20 million from a hospital? It means that there would be death, it means there would be no blood, it means there would be no antivenom, and from where the EACC sits, they think that in terms of materiality, they should be going for the 1 billion cases and not the 20 million cases. As they say, that there is no small sin, there is no big sin. Sin is sin. And so our agencies and our partners must style up. Today, I am opposing this amendment because I want counties to retain the 400.1 billion that we approved. But please, when you receive it, today, there is no governor in the village. All the governors are in Nairobi. Why? Because there is no money in counties. In the months of July, August, and September, you can barely get activities in counties. Why? Because there's no money. From next week, all governors are trooping back to the village. They'll be there for a week, then they'll disappear again. There's a problem. But let us think about the people in the counties rather than the emperors and the rulers in the counties. Mr. Speaker, if I would have seen the report of the Finance Committee, I would have said I support with amendments. In the absence of that report, I reject this amendment.
Senator Boni Halwale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm glad that I'm coming soon after the Senator of Migori, of Homa Bay. Senator of Homa Bay, when you'll come to read our report, you'll find that our report is very explicit. We have rejected the proposal by the National Assembly that we entertain any reduction. We are really up to it. Mr. Speaker, may I start by requesting the leader of the majority in the Senate. When you see the disconnect that is there on matters of budget in the National Assembly, leader of the majority, it invites you to talk to your compatriot in the National Assembly, the leader of the majority there. Because that reduction would totally collapse the policy of the president, the policy of the government on critical areas if it was not properly listened to. The members of the National Assembly are quick to accept the proposal from the National Treasury, not realizing that the key things that the president is carrying almost like his flagship issues are going to be affected if county governments do not get the 400.1 billion shillings. I will not go into dissecting issue by issue. My colleague in the committee, the Senator of Migori, has already done so. But leader of majority, next time, because this thing will come to pass again, let the National Assembly see that some of the policies of the president, of the government, are domiciled in the counties. The 39.5 billion shillings, non-discretionary expenditure that is going to be at risk if we cut this money, Mr. Speaker, is at the heart of the flagship project of housing of the president. It will collapse. The county aggregated industrial parks will collapse. Mr. Speaker, the voluntary community promoters of health will collapse. And what is even more scaring, Mr. Speaker, is the CBA that was signed by the Minister of Health on behalf of county governments with doctors. A whopping 5.8 billion shillings in that CBA is supposed to be spent by county governments in paying salaries for those doctors. So we just blindly adopt that reduction, and then the drama of deaths in the hospitals, doctors on the streets, will be the order of the day. So it is out of respect that the whip of the government is opposing this bill, because we want those flagship issues that I've spoken to succeed. Number two, my brother, leader of the majority, this amendment of Section 5, which is in Clause 3, is extremely dangerous because, as ably mentioned by the Senator of Homa Bay, from 2013, we have always known that any shortfall in revenues realized is borne by the national government. Now, with this just single amendment, it means that we shall be sharing. We adopt this new standard, and indeed, we will have watered down the ruling of the High Court. Not the High Court, the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court has ruled, Mr. Speaker, sir, that before any appropriation is done in the National Assembly, it should be preceded by the DORA bill, Division of Revenue bill. So, if we don't insulate by refusing this amendment, it means that now that ruling of the Supreme Court that had helped us to protect funds from being tampered with during appropriation will now be vulnerable. We don't want to lose that. Mr. Speaker, I know I'll continue the following day, but let me make this last point. I can see my time is up. The last point is that tomorrow there will be a ruling on CDF, the national government CDF. There's a ruling tomorrow afternoon at 2:30. And I can assure you, the Supreme Court is going to find that that thing is unconstitutional. And this year, in this bill, CDF is supposed to receive 68.1 billion shillings. 68.1 billion shillings. So, tomorrow there'll be a floating 68.1 billion. So they don't have to take away our 20 billion from our county governments. Let them just allow the 20 billion to remain there, then the balance of 48.1 billion that will be available tomorrow, they can do whatever they want. Mr. Speaker. This patriotism that we are demonstrating by committing ourselves to the lives of the people of Bomet, Mr. Speaker. Picture your mind to the lives of the people, not in these upper areas of Bomet where you grow tea, but Chepalungu. When do you deny the people of Chepalungu? We have been in this country, we know where Kenyans live. When you deny Bomet money, you are killing the people of Chepalungu. And the villagers in... Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All members, let's rise. Honorable Senators, it's now 6:30 p.m. Time to adjourn the Senate. The Senate therefore stands adjourned until Tuesday, 24th of September, 2024 at 2:30 p.m.